It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump says defense manufacturing companies have agreed to quadruple production of, quote, the exquisite class weaponry. He made the comment on Truth Social about a meeting with defense contractors at the White House today. The president said the CEOs of BAE Systems, Boeing, Honeywell Aerospace, L3 Harris Missile Solutions, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon all attended the meeting. A down day, a down week as well on the week as we run the numbers on the Bloomberg. Looking at a loss this week on the S&P 500 index of 2%. Today the S&P was down 1.3%. A weak jobs report and a widening war in the Middle East lifted oil prices. That is fueling inflation jitters. Stocks sold off. The Dow down 453, a decline of 0.9. NASDAQ was down 1.6%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 2.3%. The VIX right now, looking at the VIX, it is above 29. 10-year 4.14%. Gold up 1.7%, 51.70 the ounce. Crude, a major story today. West Texas Intermediate crude surging 13%. WTI at 91.50 a barrel. And the Bloomberg gauge of commodities soared to a record, lifted by rising oil and metal prices. Bitcoin down 4.3%, 68,086 on Bitcoin. Again, recapping, S&P today wraps up a losing week, down 1.3% today. The 10-year 4.14%. West Texas Intermediate crude surged 13%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Appreciate it. We talk a lot about all the money going into AI and tech. A lot of people betting it will change our lives by making us more productive. And Carol, maybe, just maybe, it'll give us more time to get away from our screens, go offline, and do things outside.
Yeah, I would kind of be into that. I like kind of experiencing things. Greg Maslin and Matthew Lloyd Triathlon, the Madrid Open, and more. It's also an investor in Matt's company, Milky Way Park, which I know Tim is super excited about, which owns Thompson Bike Tours. You've done this.
I've done, Thompson Bike Tours a while ago, before kids.
Before kids.
Yeah, I've done a few of them.
Also, Alpenglow Expeditions. Matt, by the way, founder and CEO, but as we said, both of them here in studio. I'm going to let you kick it off because you've been super excited all week. Yeah,
guys, welcome. Greg, I want to start with you because you were a partner at Tiger Global before you founded Sideline Group. What did you recognize in recent years that made you think that we're craving and then willing to spend big on real life experiences?
Sure. We think a lot, and I've spent my career studying the modern consumer, how people behave, where they spend their time, their energy, their money. And what we've observed in recent years is, people want to live in the offline world. There's so much tech, their phones, AI. At the end of the day, people are human. They crave connection. They crave community. And so we're really interested in businesses that allow them to really flourish in that way.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm getting ready for a family wedding, and it's next to like an amusement park out in Portland. And it's part of the experience is like, here's tickets, go play for a while. Exactly. And then we'll come back and do, do the rest of the official wedding stuff. Matt, come on in and talk about how you guys got together, though.
Yeah, so I started thinking about Milky Way Park really years ago because I'm a cyclist myself. So yeah. I started racing a bike when I was 15 years old, and it's become an enormously impactful part of who I am. And, we talk a lot about Milky Way Park, about moments of awe and these incredible sort of intensified, magnified moments of life that you can have on a bike. And I met Peter and Adrian, my partners, who founded Thompson Bike Tours, who founded Alpenglow Expeditions, and we decided we could work really well together. And then as we figured out how to create this holding company for extraordinary sports and adventure experiences where we can own the iconic experience in a handful of sports that people have deep, lifelong relationships with, I met Greg, and he was a great capital partner to have as part of it.
So Matt, I want to stay on you for a second because Thompson Tours, they do bike experiences around the world. And then you also have Alpenglow expeditions, climbing experiences in the Himalayas, skiing in Japan. What's sort of the common thread between these two companies? And for lack of a better term, because we hear this so much in corporate America, when you do have more than one operation, how do you actually find, synergies with these companies?
Word.
I know it's like the worst, but that's the idea. You get a bunch of these companies, and you can maybe someone who does a Thompson tour, then in the summer will do like an expedition with Alpenglow in the winter. I don't know.
That's exactly it. So we find that about a third of the people who come climbing and skiing with us at Alpenglow also call themselves cyclists.
Wow.
And so when you tell us that you're a cyclist, we introduce you to Thompson Bike Tours, and we say, hey, we create these incredible cycling experiences in the Alps, the Pyrenees, the Dolomites. We're the largest tour operator to the Tour de France. So for a lot of people, that's a bucket list experience as well. And our vision is to add more surface area to Milky Way Park. So right now, I'm obsessed with surfing. I'm a pretty okay cyclist, but I'm a really bad surfer, actually. Hopefully no videos of my surfing on Bloomberg. But
you can look at Matt's race history, and he's actually a very good cyclist.
I do okay. And so that's really the core of this thesis, that our customers are overlapping. The spirit of these sports is really the same. But then we're also doing a lot on the more commercial side of the businesses to help these companies run smarter and run better. It turns out that the way you sell trips, the way you manage your website, the way you do engagement and marketing across these companies is very similar. And so we're very new to this, but we're already seeing there are things that Thomson's learned from Alpenglow and things that Alpenglow has learned from Thomson.
One thing I want to go back to and bring you back in here, Greg, is something we were thinking about. Actually, we thought about it a lot this week, is AI and productivity.
Sure.
And what it does. It was a couple of years ago, Steve Cohen said
Yes.
A 4-day work week is coming. And that's what, in part, prompted him to invest in the Golf Startup League, TGL. We had Jamie Dimon telling
Yes.
one of our colleagues this week, our kids will be working 4-hour days, which is like, hallelujah, bring it on. But is that your thesis? Exactly. We've got a market that's open, so we've got to be here. But is that your thesis also part of it? But it's also the other thing that we're trying to think is if AI is replacing a lot of jobs, or workers or individuals that can now, the jobs can be done by AI, it makes us wonder, are there going to be a lot of unemployed folks? So how do you roll all of that in?
So our view is, we don't have a crystal ball on how this all plays out, but what we do believe strongly in is that leisure time is in a structural increase for a variety of reasons. And we think people get some time back from AI, whether that results in a 4-day work week, as Steve Cohen or Jamie Dimon have said, we'll see. It's not necessarily something in our base case assumption, but we think even remote work is another factor that I think living in New York, we all think everyone's back in the office, but something like 30 to 40% less traffic in an office versus pre-COVID. People are remote, they're hybrid. We talk about Thursday night being the new Friday night, a lot of activity happening on Friday that never used to exist. And so in our view, families are getting started later in life. There's a lot of just sociological, technological, cultural reasons why we think leisure time increases, and we think travel in particular is a real beneficiary of that.
Is it geographical? And I'm just curious. I've had family members who are in New York and they've either moved south or they moved west, where we do feel like, you and I talk about this all the time, of a little bit more of a balance, work-life balance. In terms of who is tapping into what you're thinking about investing, but also too, Matt, who is using your service, is it a lot of folks on the West Coast or is it across the country?
I mean, the Thompson tours I went on years ago were like half New Yorkers.
Yeah, so it's
It's like the Type A people.
So people looking for a break.
A lot of Type A people. I will say, to Greg's point about remote work, we have a lot of people who come on our trips. They'll cycle all day, and then after dinner, they'll do a few hours of working remote and calls.
Yeah.
So I do think that's a real trend. We have people from all over the country, a lot of New Yorkers, but also a lot of folks from the West Coast and the middle of the country as well.
Hey, Greg, I want to talk a little more about Sideline Group and kind of what you're interested in there. We mentioned that you're an investor in Ari Emanuel's Mari, which includes the Madrid Open, the Escape from Alcatraz triathlon, Milky Way Park now. What else is on your radar?
Yeah, we think a lot about, again, just where the consumer is going, where's the puck going. And the two themes we keep coming back to that feel really durable to us are people wanting to live healthier, more active lives. And then that's one. The second is people craving events and experiences. And Milky Way Park is unique in our portfolio in that it sort of touches both of those. When people travel, they want to be active, and they'd rather put their incremental spend toward an experience that they'll remember the rest of their lives than through a pair of clothes or a handbag or something like that. And we've seen that in data for many years, but it almost seems to be accelerating.
So does that mean like health tech is something you'd invest in, or like
wellness?
Yeah, wellness stuff, or is it all about these big events or trips or stuff you're doing offline in the real world?
We look at a lot of stuff that touches wellness, not necessarily health tech, at least to date, but we kind of start with, is the theme durable? How interesting is it? And then is there a business model that we're excited to invest in behind that? And then we go deeper in, why this company? And ultimately, is there a good investment to be made against that? And so it has to kind of hit all those metrics.
Well, that brings us back to you, Matt. Talk to us a little bit about the business model and the growth that you guys have seen, top and bottom line.
Yeah, so it's a really simple business model. We put together trips to all over the world. So at Thompson Bike Tours, it's primarily Americans going cycling in Europe, Alps, Pyrenees, Dolomites, and we put together the whole trip for you. So you show up at the airport, we've got the bike, we've booked the hotels, we have a guide, we have a mechanic, someone to support you on the ride.
Yeah.
It's really the easy button if you want to have a fantastic, Tim, you should opine because you've done these.
There's a reason we've done 3. We're repeat customers, but it's you're not carrying anything yourself on the bike, and all the infrastructure is there. They're carrying all your stuff, and you have rest stops. So,
but what's the growth in the business?
So one, we think that more people are falling in love with these sports. Just think anecdotally, whether it's running or cycling. I moved to New York 10 years ago, and at the time there were 2 running clubs in New York, Brooklyn Track Club and Central Park Track Club. Now, if you city bike, I live in Brooklyn, you city bike home from Manhattan to Brooklyn, you can't go 5 blocks without seeing a running club. And I know that's behind Greg's investment in Bandit as well. And so we think more people are falling in love with these. We think that the health spans that enable people to do these kinds of trips and activities for longer is increasing.
But so are you seeing that in terms of, year over year? Like, give us an idea.
So these are businesses, the ones we bought have been around for 20 plus years each. And we think about acquiring really sticky, iconic brands that have been around for 20 years and will be around for another 20 years. And over the past several years, post-COVID, those businesses have compounded at 20% growth or more. And we see them continuing to do that over the next many years.
Greg, just to end with you and the investors in Sideline Group, Can you just give us an idea of the types of investors you've attracted, how much you've raised, and if you're going to raise another fund, and sort of like what's deployed as of now?
Sure. I can't comment on the capital itself, but our investors range from former coworkers and partners of mine at my prior investment firms to family offices and institutions.
And are you going to raise another fund? Is this fund closed? How does this work?
We're in the process of wrapping it up, and we'll spend the next few years deploying it.
And your target growth for investments?
We sort of operate in the zone post early stage venture capital and before the larger private equity firms get involved. And so sort of, growth equity.
So Matt, does that put pressure on you to have an exit here at some point? Just 20 seconds.
That's a great question for Greg and I to think about a lot. Look, I'm 31 years old. I'm in this for the next 30 years. And my vision is for Milky Way Park to build into an iconic collection of great companies that create great experiences over many decades.
Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Greg Maslin, Matthew Lloyd Thomas, Greg of Sideline Group, Matthew Lloyd Thomas of Milky Way Park. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. It was a losing week for the U.S. equity market. On the week, the S&P 500 index did move lower by 2%, second weekly drop in a row. Today, the S&P tumbled 90 points, down 1.3%. Yes, a jobs Friday, but also lots of ongoing, lingering concerns about what's happening in the Middle East and what is happening specifically with oil. So again, the S&P down 1.3%. The Dow today dropped 0.9%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.6%. The VIX above 29 now. The 10-year 4.13%. Spot gold up 1.7%, 51.74 the ounce on gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 12% today. WTI at $90.84 a barrel. Brent, $92.81. Brent crude up by 8.6%, but that WTI quote bears repeating, up today by 12.1%. A retreat for Bitcoin down 4.2%, 68,167. As for the market backdrop, Savasti Balafas is the CEO at Goldvest Advisory, and she was interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
So right now with what's happening, yes, we're certainly looking at potential dislocations, although I think it's still early to tell. We do need more information, which we don't have. Where do oil prices go? How long will this conflict last? We don't know. So looking at potential opportunities, but not rushing into anything.
Savasti Balafas of Goldvest Advisory, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. After earnings today, we saw shares of Marvell Technology up by 18.3%, and Oracle and OpenAI have scrapped plans to expand a flagship artificial intelligence data center in Texas. Recapping, S&P down 1.3%, West Texas Intermediate crude up 12.3%, 90.96 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you very much, Charlie Pellett. Well, it is all over social media. I feel like we're saying that about a lot of stuff today.
That's what we do in the 4 o'clock hour.
Yeah. Tons of stories written about the FX and Hulu limited streaming series. It's called Love Story. John F. Kennedy Jr. and Carolyn Bessette. Audiences have streamed around 25 million hours of the series as of March 4th, according to a spokesman for FX and Hulu. And that does include me and our producer, Talia, and probably a lot more in the newsroom.
John, I want to introduce you to Carolyn Bessette. Carolyn, this is John Kennedy.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is JFK Jr. Well, an actor at least playing him. For those who are listening on radio, it's just the trailer from, as we said, Love Story. It is an FX and Hulu limited series, and I got to say that as a result of this, first of all, I have read so much stuff on social media, so many articles,
Your algorithm is a lot different than mine.
What?
Your algorithm is a lot different than mine.
But it's about the fashion.
Because this is the only thing I've read on it. Is this Bloomberg News story?
This is called Yin and Yang, Mars and Venus. If you go, let's just listen. Let me put this out there. Searches for Calvin Klein 90s shut up on Google Trends, and The Real saw searches for Calvin Klein spike after the premiere of the series. It's customers looking to basically find that iconic style of Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. And she really did have a very distinct style. It was very clean. It was beige. It was gray. It was black. It was very clean, very simple. And what's interesting is if you head to a Calvin Klein store, you're not going to see this stuff, which has some asking, did the company miss an opportunity?
Writing that story for Bloomberg Business Week is Dina Katgara, a Bloomberg News consumer reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So what was the connection or lack thereof between the series and Calvin Klein in the real world right now? And how did Calvin Klein, at least according to some critics, miss this opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I went down to the store and talked to some people that were shopping, and they encountered windbreakers, purples, color block windbreakers, and things that really they felt match up with what they were searching for in the show, to try to look like who they call CBK in social media short term. And, Calvin Klein's trying to become more of a premium brand again, but they're kind of missing the mark. They came back to the runway after 6 years, but their collection was kind of 70s and 80s, not kind of missing that 90s mark.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back, and Dina, I think this was something that certainly the series does, but you go back a few years, and I think in the series, I saw the episode, I think it was the first episode, where they're Annette Bening, they're dressing Annette Bening, and Carolyn Bessette comes in and gives her a blazer, and it's like perfect. But Calvin Klein is there too, because celebrities dressed in a lot of Calvin Klein. That era, it was really iconic. But it's not like it's a Calvin Klein owned business. It's under a bigger conglomerate now.
Yes, correct. It's owned by PVH, which also owns Tommy Hilfiger.
Yeah.
And Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger make up most of the brand's revenue. And they've been seeing kind of stagnant sales. So this could have really been a moment for them to turn that around if they capitalized on it correctly.
From a fashion perspective, though, and I mean, both of you jump in here because, like, I haven't, from what I've seen of the show, is that actually popular again? Or would Calvin Klein be taking a risk by saying, we think just because this show is out, people will buy this stuff? Like, is that 90s look back?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
It is such a clean...
This was a big mistake.
It's such a clean, classic look, right? Like, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and they're looking for, and they're still getting it from going to the actual products themselves. They're going to the Real, that website where you can find these actual older pieces of fashion. They want to really be Carolyn Bessette, and Calvin Klein's not giving that to them.
Well, and what's interesting is the connection is she worked for Calvin Klein,
correct,
right? I mean, one of the things that they keep showing is this, Prada camel belted coat that she wore and was seen, photographed in a lot of times, walking the dog or with John F. Kennedy Jr., like camel skirts. And, so it's not like all she wore was Calvin Klein, but the aesthetic at that time when she did, it was very clean and classic.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you see her working in the offices there. I mean, there's a scene in the show where she handpicks Kate Moss out of a stack of different models. And, at the store, Calvin Klein does have these sweatshirts with photos of Kate Moss on it. But the girls going there don't want to wear Kate Moss. They want to look like her,
Right, exactly. And Kate Moss, if you think about, she became so connected with the brand, the perfume, everything that was around it. I mean, it was an era where, you think about fashion, right? There's just certain different decades where somebody really dominates, and he was certainly one of it. But you do wonder, I don't know whether they didn't know the movie or the series was coming, not the movie, but the streaming series was coming, and they just didn't do more with it.
Yeah, but even then, 90s fashion has been big overall.
See, Tim, sorry on TV, but you're looking at Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, or the actress who played her, and she's like, black turtleneck. This is from the streaming series, Love Story. And so it's just clean, it's classic, it's not...
I want the hat that he was wearing all the time. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, a lot of the men are trying to emulate JFK Jr.'s fashion as well. I mean, he rode a bike around Manhattan. He wore this backwards, I don't even know what it is, newspaper boy hat. People are loving it. It's all over social media. And there are some brands that are capitalizing on it, in good ways. She has this headband she wears. It's a thick headband. Girls are swarming to this apothecary downtown Manhattan called C.O. Bigelow, which has seen the most sales of hair accessories in its 188-year history.
Wow.
All right. Also, no offense, but that's also iconic, that apothecary to New York City. It's a great place to get lost in. No, it's just interesting how, we talk about art, culture, really affecting kind of what people want to wear, what they want to buy and stuff. And this is certainly interesting. And it's, as you say, maybe a missed opportunity for the Calvin Klein brand, but the brand is different. And yeah, it's just a different time and era. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Joining us here in studio, of course, is Dina Guerra, who wrote the story for Bloomberg Business Week. You can find it on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. We have some heads from Lockheed Martin, a statement. They're going to agree to quadruple critical munitions output. They've increased orders of munitions and there's some other companies, Raytheon, so many that were at the White House today.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are getting ready to wrap up on this Friday, March 6, 2026. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. A busy week. Just to mention, again, a story on the Bloomberg just crossed. President Trump said the largest U.S. defense manufacturers had agreed to boost production of some weapons following a meeting at the White House. President saying that they have agreed to quadruple production of the exquisite class weaponry to reach the highest levels of quantity as rapidly as possible. Lockheed Martin says it's agreed to quadruple critical munitions production to build on work with the Pentagon that started months ago. What's interesting is I think about your dad highlighted the stories that were reported earlier in the week about concerns about, supplies running low.
And that has been the story. And the president has been so focused on it this past week. He didn't like the criticism, and he called out the Wall Street Journal on Tuesday for that. Just a few other headlines to remind everyone where we are with the war. Oil did soar above $90 a barrel, following a Wall Street Journal report that Kuwait began cutting crude output as it ran out of storage. Shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is at a near total halt due to a combination of factors. Qatar's energy minister warned that the Middle East conflict will likely force Persian Gulf countries to halt energy exports in the coming days. And President Trump demanded Iran's unconditional surrender and ruled out a deal to end the conflict.
One more thing, the president using this phrase, exquisite class, and that likely refers to, according to our reporting, sophisticated, hard-to-produce missiles capable of destroying the most complex targets. So those weapons include, or such weapons include, the RTX Standard Missile 6, the Tomahawk weapons, and Lockheed Martin's latest model Patriot missile called the MSE. So BAE Systems was there, Boeing, Honeywell Aerospace, Northrop Grumman, they were all there at the White House. So we'll watch for some headlines perhaps over the weekend and into the next week.
It is the macro backdrop for the markets this week. And to that, I'm Tim Stanovic along with Carol Master. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. We are joined by Bloomberg News equities reporter Avalon Purnell. There were a lot of stocks that made big moves on the week. And a lot as a result of the macroeconomic backdrop of the U.S. and Israel war against Iran.
Absolutely correct. Our team was very busy this week, and I think we could probably start off with airlines. So taking a look at United Airlines, that's ticker UAL, and also Southwest, which is ticker LUV. Both of those had a very brutal week, to say the least. United Airlines tumbling 13%, Southwest falling about 16% this week. And that's all because it seems like the hopes that the Iran conflict would end quickly are quickly fading into the background. And with that, jet fuel prices have soared. It's important to note that for airlines, jet fuel is responsible for nearly a third of cost, and the price of that jet fuel has gone to over $4 per gallon, and previously last year was about $2. And so Deutsche Bank said that kind of represents an existential threat for these airline carriers. So it'll be interesting to see how they field that risk and mitigate those issues.
That's a big move to the downside on those names. So we'll see. And all of it is so contingent on how long this goes on. Let's go on over to the cruise lines.
Yes, kind of similar story. Carnival, ticker CCL, and Norwegian Cruise Line, ticker NCLH. Also both down about 18% this week, but it's not just fuel costs for this situation that are handing them a beating. It's also the fact that given where the conflict is happening, it could disrupt their cruises to the Middle East and also the Eastern Mediterranean, very popular spot. And we actually had Bloomberg Intelligence analysts write that their ability to offset such costs with efficiencies kind of depends on the Strait of Hormuz remaining open, which, as you guys already mentioned, is not guaranteed.
Yeah. I would think twice, right, about cruising in the region.
Yeah. if they're
not to state the obvious,
if they're
everybody.
even operating.
Yeah, if they're even operating, they're probably not, right? So, yeah, it's just, again, we're starting to see and start to assess the impact. Certainly, again, goes to how long this goes on. Where shall we go next?
Lastly, we have software, which despite all the red that happened this week, we did have a couple of green spots, and software was one of them. ServiceNow, that's ticker NOW, very easy to remember, up about 14% this week. That's its biggest weekly leap since April. And that's partially because they were able to kind of beat back some of this anti-AI sentiment in the market and shake off those industry-wide concerns, along with other software names as well, like CrowdStrike. Citizens out with a note today saying that ServiceNow remains an attractive opportunity for long-term capital appreciation. And basically, they say, along with a lot of other analysts, that the downward move last month went way too far. Now, to note, they are still down 19% this year, but a good sign.
But it's also you wonder at some point do investors say, okay, these names have been beaten up. We're making a very big assumption about the future of a certain entity or company, and then so they say, well, wait a minute, let's look at the fundamentals. This maybe makes sense, and this is why we've talked a lot about buying the dip this week. Got anything for us, Stanovic?
It took me a while, but I found it. Okay.
What were you looking for?
I was looking for
jet
fuel prices. This is a jet fuel New York Buckeye MOC. If you want to look it up on the Bloomberg terminal, because it just shows the chart, it's Jet IN YPR index. And right now, we are at $4.11, or sorry, $3.89. The highest was back in 2022, and that's when it was at $7.66. So a far cry from where we were back in 2022 when there was different inflationary concerns, but just in the last few days up close to 70%. Incredible.
That's a big move.
I know I'm jumping around a little bit, Avalon.
That's a big move. No. Sorry.
And look, Talia has it up on the screen now.
I know.
Amazing.
But this is what the Bloomberg does to you, though. You just want to kind of play with it. Avalon. Thank you so much. Avalon Purnell there, Bloomberg News Equities Reporter. Check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, big winners, losers at any given moment in the market day. You could find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Of course, this was some of the big movers for the week overall. That's going to do it for Tim and me. Have a really good and safe weekend to everyone. Thank you, team. It's been a week. We appreciate you all. Balance of Power starts now.
of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Tyler Kendall, I'm Joe Matthew.
Unconditional surrender. That's what President Trump is demanding from Iran's regime as the conflict nears the one-week mark with no end in sight. The White House insists weapons stockpiles can, quote, go much further as defense contractors meet with the president today. We'll speak with retired General Davis Petraeus, former CIA director, about the ongoing conflict and what could come next.
And WTI tops 90. U.S. oil surging over 12% to top $90 a barrel for the first time since October 2023, capping its biggest ever weekly gain. NEC Director Kevin Hassett telling Bloomberg today the administration has many tools to address rising prices, but ruling out for now tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
I reemphasize that there has not been a conversation to dip into that yet, because our expectation is that this effort in Iran is way ahead of schedule.
And labor market warning signs. U.S. payrolls unexpectedly fell by 92,000 in February, one of the sharpest declines since the pandemic, raising fresh questions about the strength of the labor market. Later this hour, Betsy Stevenson, former chief economist at the Department of Labor, joins us to unpack what the data means for the broader economy.
And we begin this evening at the White House, where President Trump held a key meeting today with some of the biggest names in the defense industry. At issue, munitions supplies, and whether the White House has enough high-end, sophisticated weaponry to sustain a prolonged war with Iran. President Trump posting just after that meeting that they've agreed to, quote, quadruple production of exquisite class weaponry, and that the U.S. has virtually unlimited supply of medium and upper medium grade munitions, as he puts it. This all coming as President Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender, something White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about today.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender. Whether they say it themselves or not, frankly, they don't have a lot of people to say that for them.
And we're joined now by Bloomberg's Mario Parker, as the White House has been facing growing questions over its weapons stockpiles, especially these high-end munitions. Mario, thank you for joining us here. Does this indicate that the administration is preparing for a longer haul in Iran?
I think there's a couple of issues here, Joe. One, the White House has been quite defensive over the past week or so of reports that General Kane and others were warning about weaponry being stretched. Mm-hmm. The fact is also that we've seen Iran just strike so many targets in the Middle East. We knew from day one when this erupted that this would look a lot different than Venezuela did, and it really is unfolding at a much slower pace right now.
We had Iran's president posting on X earlier today, before President Trump's comments about an unconditional surrender, saying that some countries had initiated efforts for mediation. What do we know about whether or not there has been any sort of diplomatic outreach leading up to today? Because President Trump has said that it's, quote, too late for those talks.
Yes, and he's also said that he would not accept anything less than an unconditional surrender. We don't know what that would look like, or it's hard to envision that right now. There were reports earlier this week, obviously, as well, that the CIA had some back channels with Iranian channels. Also, we know that there are some allies of the U.S. in the region that have been agitating for this to come to a rapid conclusion. Just earlier this week as well, German Chancellor Merz, for example, was saying that he wants this to rapidly conclude. We know Saudi Arabia and others who have been in the crosshairs would want to do that as well.
What are we looking for this weekend, Mario? Both the president, the defense secretary have both promised a much more intense wave in this conflict. They said in the coming days that would probably be about now. Where's the president going to be this weekend, and what are you watching?
The president is set to be down in Florida. He's got a Latin American event that he's set to host as well. Mm-hmm. There's the dignified transfer of the unfortunate lives of soldiers that have been lost in this conflict in the recent days as well. That we would expect for him to have as well. And again, just the Latin American summit. Mm-hmm.
All right, Bloomberg's Mario Parker. Thanks, Mario, thanks so much. And U.S. oil surged today, posting the biggest weekly gain on record. WTI crude broke $90 a barrel for the first time since October of 2023, as the war in Iran shows no signs of abating. Joining us now with analysis from Bloomberg's Miami Bureau is Mike McGlone, senior commodity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. So, Mike, there seems to be a supply problem and a storage problem as the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed. We got reporting today that Kuwait has begun cutting production. Just what are you pricing in right now for just how high we could see these barrels ultimately get?
A lot of it's going to depend on the weekend and when the Strait opens. Just the fact that it was closed the first time in history was the key thing I got wrong. I didn't think they would be able to succeed in closing, but why is it closed? Insurance companies are trying to stay for safety. So the bottom line now is, the thing that typically happens when we do this, it pumps up prices, and I'm hearing about massive amount of producer hedging. So if the Strait, if it cleans up pretty soon, and we go do what's normal, we just kind of alleviate some of the conflict, then those prices, this spike will do what it normally does. It'll accelerate a bear market down to lower levels because it's going to bring on more supply. And the key thing to remember is the supply is basically coming from the Western Hemisphere and most notably U.S. now. The bottom line is U.S. is a net exporter near 4 million barrels a day. When crude oil peaked in 2008 at 145, we're talking about 90 now, the U.S. is a net importer near 12 million barrels a day. So that's the big difference. It's the fog of war, but the way I see this now is this is a typical peak like when crude oil peaked at $130 and when Russia invaded Ukraine. Now we have another issue. It's where it's going to look like a week from now, and it's got to get worse, otherwise prices are going to more likely go lower. Remember, it's Friday. We have a long weekend.
Yeah. Really interesting, Mike. I know that you were pointing to the potential for $40 a barrel just a couple of weeks ago before this all emerged. Now you've got a black swan in a bear market. What's the trader to do? Short crude?
Well, some traders I hear hedgers are selling, and I will reiterate my theme, Joe. This is going to accelerate a potential trend towards that price towards the end of the year. So let's look at one example. Crude oil is up about 60% in a year. In January, natural gas was up 100% in the year. That's the front contract. Now it's down 15% on the year. I think that's the trajectory for crude oil. And the bottom line is, what's the main trajectory? What's the main thing that Mr. Trump wants for midterms? He's got pre-existing trends in his favor. Unless that strait stays closed, it's going to just accelerate those supply surpluses. Unless they're cut, decrease demand, and increase that trend towards $40 a barrel, which is particularly what happens. So I stick with that outlook, and I accelerate it. Now I think it's going to happen towards the end of this year.
Are you sticking with 40? Mike McGlone, fascinating as always, our senior commodity strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence. We thank you, sir. Joining us now with the reaction to everything unfolding here in the Middle East and here in Washington, Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida, who serves on the House Appropriations Committee. Congresswoman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. When lawmakers, including yourself, come back to Washington next week, there's going to be a big ask, it looks like, from the White House, a request for supplemental funding. After already seeing the first ever $1 trillion defense budget, will you vote yes?
Well, let me just start by saying that I am certainly shedding no tears, and I'm really glad to see the toppling of the really brutal Ayatollah and his regime. But the problem here is that the president has really gone in with a weakened hand by not coming to Congress. He should have asked for an authorization for use of military force. He has essentially been all over the map when it comes to what the actual day after plan is here. He's cut off the head of a serpent, and it's unclear who it is that's even running Iran right now that unconditional surrender would come from. It's a preposterous definition that Caroline Leavitt laid out. Unconditional surrender in war, which is what this clearly is when the defeated the defeated enemy
might have lost the Congresswoman there. I think we froze up. Congresswoman, if you can stay with us here, we have a lot of other questions, knowing that we've got a member of the House Appropriations Committee in Debbie Wasserman Schultz. There's still a partial government shutdown, Tyler, that's underway, and we're not talking about it. very often because paychecks haven't been missed yet, but that's changing this weekend.
Right, we're expecting the first missed paycheck to come this Friday for nearly 206,000 DHS employees. We have to remember this is one of the largest federal agencies in the United States government. But now we're seeing perhaps a new urgency put on by Republicans who are calling out that Iran retaliation could raise the risk of DHS not being fully funded, plus keeping in mind, of course, that ICE is actually pretty funded, right, under the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that's the crux of the issue. Democrats wanting to see changes when it comes to immigration and customs enforcement.
I think we've reconnected with the Congresswoman. This is an interesting moment here. We want to get to you on the funding issue in DHS, Congresswoman. But as we talk about this conflict that's underway in Iran, and I realize that you have some issues that you've already pointed out, do you worry as well about an increased threat when it comes to domestic terrorism?
It is deeply concerning because there was not a day after plan, because there was not the kind of preparation necessary. You have Iran that is now attacking our allies. We have a concerning act of potentially domestic terrorism that occurred in Austin, Texas. That is why Congress is supposed to be consulted and has the sole authority in the Constitution to declare war here. The president needs to make sure that he articulates what the actual plan is. And as a senior appropriator, Joe, I'll tell you that I'm really concerned that the depletion of our munitions, I've talked to the defense industry as well, and they are very concerned. I will support a supplemental because we have our military over there, and we need to make sure that we're protecting our national security interests and ensuring that they have the resources that they need. But the president needs to level with the American people.
Have you heard from any of your other Democratic colleagues if they will also get on board with supplemental funding? There is reporting that there could be some things tacked onto a bill in order to get more in your party on board. Or do you think that this could be perhaps an easy vote for Democrats?
Well, those negotiations will take place as we move forward. We obviously have a lot of concerns when it comes to particularly DHS, as you mentioned. They need to rein in ICE and ensure that when they're engaged in enforcement actions, that they take the masks off, that they put identification on, that they are not barreling people's doors down and engaging in illegal searches and seizures, that they follow the Constitution. Pretty simple asks. We need to make sure that we can get that accomplished so we can reopen the Department of Homeland Security.
Does a new head of the department help? I know a lot of Democrats have said no to this question, that this doesn't help to unlock a funding deal for DHS simply because Kristi Noem has been removed. But if Mark Wayne Mullen, the senator from Oklahoma, is in fact confirmed, he's going to have to get some Democratic support there, right? Would he not be open to making some of those changes? Is that your hope?
I mean, I'm ever optimistic, but I'm not suspecting that's likely. He's been a total loyalist to Donald Trump. I mean, I had a good relationship with him when he served in Congress, but he's not demonstrated any independence, and I would expect he would just carry out and do Donald Trump's bidding. But it is good that Kristi Noem is gone. She wasn't qualified, and she repealed temporary protective status. She blew $600 million on a detention center in the middle of the Everglades, violating tribal sovereignty and the environment. She needed to go.
In the final minute we have you, Congresswoman, I'd love to get your reaction to this reporting that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran. What sort of response would you want to see from the administration when it comes to this, and just how big a risk could this mean for the battlefield?
Oh, you mean Donald Trump's best friend, Vladimir Putin in Russia? I mean, this is what I mean when I say there are unintended consequences when a president engages in war without careful and thoughtful planning, consultation, and involvement with Congress, making a case to the American people, ensuring we're going to have the resources. And now this is expanding. Iran has attacked our allies in the region. We see, gas prices went up 50 cents a gallon in Florida. Diesel prices have gone up an average of 34 cents, and 80% of businesses with consumables use diesel fuel. This is beginning to spiral, and it's deeply concerning, and we need the president to level with the American people and communicate about what the plan is moving forward, and we need to wrap this up and ensure that we can keep our nation safe.
All right, a lot to watch. Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, thanks so much for joining us here on Bloomberg. And coming up, we'll keep our focus on the Middle East and what's next for the region with David Petraeus, former CIA director, up ahead. But first, a downside surprise in U.S. payrolls is casting doubt on the prospect of a steadying job market. We'll dive into the numbers with Betsy Stevenson, former chief economist for the Labor Department. That's up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tyler Kendall. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. A downward surprise in jobs combined with $90 a barrel crude oil made a nasty combination for markets today. As we turn to Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick for Power Moves live from World Headquarters in New York. Romaine?
Yeah, it just really adds to that wall of worry, that proverbial wall of worry that markets have been trying to climb. Concerns about AI, concerns about the private credit space, concerns about what's been going on with Iran, and now this morning concerns about whether the job market is indeed weakening. That contraction of more than 90,000 jobs in the most recent month. Some investors trying to dismiss it as somewhat transitory, if you will, temporary factors that led to that weakness. But there's been a trend line that a lot of people have pointed to that seem to suggest that there is something going on underneath the surface. That spooked investors, leading to the broadest weekly sell-off in the S&P 500 since at least October. You add on to that the inflationary pressures, which of course becomes an economic story. You were talking about it a little bit earlier, Joe. Crude oil right now in the U.S., WTI crude above $90 a barrel. A week ago, we were below $70 a barrel. 2 weeks ago, we were below $60 a barrel. It's a rate of change that is catching a lot of traders off guard, and it has real-world impact, Joe. If you go to the pump, AAA now saying this week alone, the price at the pump on average higher by about 12%.
Not welcome news for President Trump. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick tracking it all for us. Romaine, thank you. And joining us now with her reaction to today's jobs numbers is Betsy Stevenson, professor of public policy and economics at the Ford School at the University of Michigan. She's also the former chief economist at the Labor Department under the Obama administration. Betsy, thanks for being here. As we mentioned, we got this downside surprise today when it came to the February payrolls report. We also heard from Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee earlier today, who pointed out and said that the sustained rise in unemployment on top of the oil price shock that we were just talking about with Romaine could create a, quote, stagflationary environment. How concerned are you about that risk?
Well, I think there's reason to be concerned, but let's turn straight first of all to the job market, and then why would we have that kind of concern? So one of the things that's been going on in the job market is we've been losing jobs in manufacturing and goods producing all year since that tariff announcement in April. So the worldwide tariffs that President Trump announced did not help boost American manufacturing. In fact, we've seen more jobs lost. And one reason for that was the really just broad-brushed approach to putting tariffs on everything that's imported, which meant that U.S. manufacturers faced a higher cost of imported items that they use to manufacture things in the U.S. So the input prices going up, and then that all comes together to, cooling their expansion of manufacturing employment, as well as some policy choices, around environmental aspects that might have put some downward jobs pressure on our goods producing and manufacturing. So you put all that together, and that's been a real weakness. And then we have just across the board inflation staying higher, again, primarily because of the tariffs. And that is, chilling a little bit of what people are buying and putting a little bit of a chill, particularly the uncertainty that businesses face and how much businesses want to invest in expanding. So that gives us an economy that has really been driven a lot by the AI anticipation and boom, but underneath it, it's looked pretty weak this year. And I'll give you one stat that'll help you see how weak it is. If you subtract out private sector healthcare and education jobs this year, we have had negative job growth almost every single month since President Trump has come into office. Right? So out of the last 13 months, we've seen negative job growth 11 of those 13 months once we subtract out that education and healthcare jobs. And those jobs ended up turning south themselves this month, revealing how much we were depending on them to get positive growth.
Wow. Well, you just had a lot for us there to unpack, Betsy. We see declines in leisure, hospitality, construction, healthcare, and social assistance, which had been propping up the job market, all lower here. And to your point, there was no job growth over the last year following the revisions that we saw. So wouldn't want to be the Fed right now. What does Jay Powell do? What do policymakers do who are also worried about prices rising?
A few months ago in Jay Powell's statements, he said households are really struggling with higher prices, and so we need to focus on inflation. But equally, the best way for them to afford higher prices is to have a job. So we need to make sure that we're keeping the labor market strong. I think if you look at where the labor market's been, they have really been on the, they've been walking a tightrope. And with the revisions in this report telling us actually December and January was weaker than we realized, and then a negative number this month, I think it says they're starting to fall off the tightrope towards a weaker labor market. But that's occurring at a time where oil prices are rising. We've got an international conflict, and it's not clear that their tool, which is to try to stimulate demand, is going to get us more employment without jacking inflation even higher.
Well, to follow up on that, with retail gasoline now up, will this cause consumers to pull back in other goods and services, suppressing real spending growth down the line, something that we know that the Fed's closely tracking?
Well, I will say consumers get very upset about rising gas prices, and that's because you see it, right? You drive by, you see it on the corner, you stand at the pump, and there's not much else to do besides watch the numbers scroll up as you're filling your car, so you're well aware of it. But it is actually a small part of, even really lower income households' budgets, but the typical American, this is a small part of their budget. It is one that's really salient, to your point, so they pay a lot of attention to it, but to cover those increases is not going to require a notable amount of pulling back on other spending. But uncertainty about how the war might play out, how high oil prices might go, how unemployment might rise, those kinds of concerns, I think, are more important and could potentially lead to further consumer cutbacks that could reverberate through the economy. And I also want to emphasize that those higher fuel costs, they're not just about you getting gas at the pump. Companies use it to getting goods across the country in trucks, running your factories, getting trains out with goods. So it will start to cause the price of many goods to go up, not just gas.
Betsy, it's great to have you. Happy Jobs Day. Betsy Stevenson, Professor of Public Policy and Economics at the University of Michigan. It's always good to spend some time. Coming up, President Trump is demanding, as we've reported, unconditional surrender from Iran. We're going to bring you an important conversation you will not want to miss. With concerns over a possible widening war, we will speak with retired Army General David Petraeus. It's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
But of course, as the president has maintained, we have more than enough ammunitions, weapons, stockpiles to achieve the objectives of Operation Epic Fury and beyond. We've taken out nearly 30 of their ships. Their Navy has been deemed combat ineffective. 90% reduction in ballistic missile retaliatory strikes against the United States and our Gulf Arab and partners in the region. So, of course, we are achieving the military objectives of this operation.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Tyler Kendall, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where we heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt earlier today, giving reporters there an update on the war with Iran. But the administration is facing many questions about strategy, stocks of munitions, and the endgame, of course, in this conflict. And we're joined by a voice of experience from inside the Pentagon, inside the CIA, and on the battlefield. Retired Army General David Petraeus served as CIA director in the Obama administration, was commander of U.S. Central Command. General, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's good to see you.
Good to be back, Joe.
You
Thank
helped to drive the 101st Airborne on the march to Baghdad. You led U.S. forces in Afghanistan. And, of course, you know how quickly a situation like this can lead to an occupation and turn into a quagmire. Is it possible for the president to achieve his stated objectives purely from the air?
Well, it is, because he's clarified the stated objectives to not include our forces bringing about regime change, but to creating conditions for a possible political transition. And that is very achievable, as are the other goals. Actually, the White House spokeswoman was correct. I think we're doing very, very well in the military campaign. We obviously had enormous success against the regime leaders very early on. We've largely taken down their air and ballistic missile defenses, so we can fly non-stealthy aircraft, the B-1 and B-2, B-52 bombers, in addition to the B-2 bombers, the stealth aircraft. We are rapidly taking down the missile launchers, missile stockpiles, and even the manufacturing facilities for the missiles, making inroads on the drone threat as well, although that is persistent and challenging. It's what killed our 6 soldiers in Kuwait, after all. Dramatic progress against the Iranian Navy. The vast majority of that is on the bottom of the Gulf. And also any remnants of the nuclear program will be addressed as well during this campaign. I think we will create conditions in which the regime is dramatically weakened. Their command and control is significantly really, I think degraded was probably the right term. You could almost say destroyed. But there's still going to be a very large force of members, of guys with guns, who are going to remain loyal to the regime. And it could be as many as 1 million men under arms. They've shown a willingness to kill their own citizens when they demonstrate against them. Tens of thousands in January alone, and tens of thousands more detained. So the conditions may be there. The question is, will there be an uprising with real combat capability, real leadership, organization, or will it be modest ethnic and sectarian minorities in various parts of the country?
Well, when we are looking at what will happen next, you just outlined a lot of the tactical successes that we've already seen. We heard this week from U.S. officials that this conflict is about to enter into a second phase where we're going to start to see strikes deeper into Iran. From an operational perspective, can you give us some context here? How much more difficult this operation is about to get for U.S. and Israeli forces?
Well, it depends on whether we have completely taken down the air defenses in particular. We certainly have done that in the areas where we're already flying. That's why we have the confidence to fly the non-stealthy B-1 and B-52 bombers. These are the workhorses that we have out there, in addition to still flying the stealth fighter bombers and other assets, and using cruise missiles launched from sea or from air outside the theater. So as we go further into the interior of Iran, obviously the distances get greater. You're going to have to refuel perhaps a bit more before you enter the airspace. But it really comes down to whether we have completely taken out the air and ballistic missile defenses. And I think that we either will have by that time, or we will shortly after going into it. The truth is that the most sophisticated air and ballistic missile defense system that Iran had was taken out in the early hours of the 12-day air campaign by the Israelis flying F-35s that we provided to them. This is a Russian system, and Russia has none to spare at this point in time. They can't share replace that system at all. They're barely able to keep their own systems functional. They're targeted every single day by Ukrainians with drones. So I think this will be, again, longer distance, newer targets, obviously, but very, very doable and also very necessary.
General, this is a conflict that is now involving 12 countries, and there's reporting today by the Washington Post that Russia is now providing targeting information to Iran to help attack Americans. How worried are you about this widening into a larger regional or global conflict?
Well, it's obviously concerning, although it has really backfired on Iran. They, I think, thought that they could conduct horizontal escalation. In other words, not just hit American targets and Israeli targets, but go after the host nation countries and the rest of this, and hitting civilian, a hotel, for example, a seaport, an airport, French naval base, and a variety of other, a number of energy facilities also in the region, thinking that that would bring pressure from those countries on the U.S. to wrap it up. That has not happened. And in fact, if anything, those countries are now against Iran instead of taking a knee. And we may see some of them do more than just integrate their air and ballistic missile defenses with those of the U.S. and also of Israel. The Russian provision of intelligence is, in a way, predictable, but very concerning. Without this, they would not have the precision that they apparently do have to conduct missile and drone strikes, noting that, yes, the missile program has been dramatically degraded. As I mentioned earlier, the launchers, the stockpiles, and even now the manufacturing facilities are being taken down systematically. But the drones, again, still a problem as well. And of course, there's a little bit of something called missile math here now, and that gets a bit concerning as you go on. We're constantly calculating how many interceptors do we have left for our Patriot system, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, the THAAD system, and then also the SM-3. These are the Patriot-like system, if you will, on our destroyers, and together with those of our, again, partners and allies in the region. That's all integrated in a seamless system. Everyone has the same air picture and the rest of this. But keep in mind, we produced maybe 620 or so Patriots last year. That was a dramatic increase over previous years because we were providing them to Ukraine, building up in the Indo-Pacific, used a number of them during the 12-day air campaign last summer. And you can do the math. We know essentially how many missiles have been coming. There's pretty granular detail. And there is a point at which you start to get a bit worried about how many missiles do they have left and how many interceptors do we have left, especially if you're shooting two to get one. Oftentimes, if you're comfortable with the missile math, you'll shoot two interceptors to take down one missile. I'm not sure whether that is going to continue to be possible given the numbers on each side. So that's something that has to be kept in mind. Look, the reason the president called the heads of these different defense industrial corporations together today is to exhort them to dramatically increase production of the Patriots, THAAD, SM-3 specifically, but then a number of other aspects as well. Keep in mind that Ukraine this year, I was just there about 4 or 5 weeks ago, the manufacturers of the drones there say that collectively they will make 7 million drones this year. They're already throwing 10,000 a day at the Russians in various forms, suicide drones, surveillance, bomber drones, etc. We produce probably 400,000 until we really ramp that up. And by the way, the Ukrainians produce them at a much lower cost and generally are more effective because they're changing the software every week or two and the hardware every several weeks. But this effort to rebuild our military industrial complex is imperative in the United States if we're to be ready for the wars of the future.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up, General. In the final minute we have you, we do a lot of reporting here at Bloomberg about revitalizing the defense industrial base. To meet the goals that you just outlined, what sort of timeline are we looking at? Is there enough resources to push this along fast enough to give the U.S. that advantage to bolster our weapon stockpiles?
Well, we're going to have to dramatically increase our industrial capacity. That effort really has been going on. To be fair, it was started under the previous administration, where there was a recognition that the consumption rates for our Ukrainian partners are vastly greater for heavy artillery, for a number of the other munitions that we were provided, and so forth. And so that was the early catalyst to expand this. And now I'm delighted to see, pleased to see that the president is calling them together and really encouraging that we get on with it. By the way, we also have to transform our forces. We need to change our very concepts of war to recognize what is going on in Ukraine, where you're essentially seeing unmanned systems, not just in the air, but also at sea and on the ground, doing combat with each other. Yes, there are humans on that battlefield still, but tanks cannot survive anymore, nor can infantry fighting vehicles. It's 3 Russians running across the street with a drone providing air cover. We have to change our very doctrine, and then we have to dramatically change what it is that we're buying and also how we buy it. It needs to be updated constantly, not, say, 1 million of exactly this over the next 4 years.
All right, retired General David Petraeus, former CIA director and former commander of U.S. Central Command. General, thank you for joining us here on Bloomberg. And joining us now with his reaction to our conversation with General Petraeus is retired Colonel Wayne Sanders. He's senior defense research analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Wayne, it is good to see you. The general just said that he's, quote, pleased to see these defense companies at the White House today. We're talking about Lockheed Martin, Boeing, RTX. What is your takeaway from that meeting, and just how quickly we could see a boost in our weapon stockpiles with the president's pressure now on these companies?
Thanks so much, Tyler. I think that when you look at this right now, it could not have gone better in terms of quadrupling munition production by these companies. The big winners are going to be your Lockheed, RTX, Northrop, and Boeing. I think those are the big 4. RTX has multiple programs, both inside of the long-range exquisite programs that you heard General Petraeus talk about. So does Lockheed as well as some of the short-range munitions. So they've got some overlap that's going to be tied to that. L3 Harris plays a key role in this as well in terms of their missile solution side of the house. So really what the question is, and I think what you're going to see is you're also going to see some more firm fixed price contracts, but some off-ramps that allow them to be able to provide some what they call IDIQ, right? The indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, so that they can ramp up appropriately as they go through. That would allow them to be able to put maybe a third line in, a third shift, if you will. That's going to come with overtime for the workers, and the workforce piece is going to be a part of it. I guarantee you that was part of that discussion.
Hey, Colonel, the general talked about missile math. David Petraeus, he referred to that several times. Until we get this next batch of munitions or start to resupply our forces in the Gulf, are these game day calls, are they making calls in the moment based on the missile math to decide, for instance, like he said, how many interceptors to send in the air, or how to deal with an imminent threat?
Yeah, I think the missile math is very important, but I don't think it's tied directly to an imminent danger threat of running out of munitions. What I think they're looking at is, can I do something with a much cheaper munition now that we have air superiority, right? So when you look at the difference between a $2.5 million JASSM missile versus a $25,000 JDAM gravity bomb, you're talking about something that's 100 times cheaper and something that we have hundreds of thousands that have been produced that sit in our arsenal at this time, right? So let's move it out of the missile range piece and put it into something that can still be just as effective. We've taken out their air defense, as General Petraeus talked about. They don't have an electronic warfare capability that would jam anything that a gravity bomb would actually hit. So you're still going to see very, very precise attacks using these other munitions. And it shows us that we're trying to save everything we can. So part of that missile math is going to be, do I need to use it now because it's the only munition that can actually achieve the effect that I'm looking for? Or should I save that for a potential contingency in 2027 and beyond?
He's the best at this. Retired Colonel Wayne Sanders. Thank you, Colonel. Senior Defense Research Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, with us live on Balance of Power. Coming up, thousands gathering today to pay respects to the late civil rights activist, Reverend Jesse Jackson. We'll bring you details coming up on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tyler Kendall. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with our eyes on the White House after another doozy of a week as we assemble this evening's political panel for their take on everything that's happened since the initial strikes against Iran last weekend. Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, joined today by Republican strategist Lester Munson, principal of the international practice at BGR Group. It's great to see you both. Lester, you could argue that the walls are closing in right now at the White House. I know that the administration is projecting a very optimistic view and tone about what's happening in Iraq, but the fact is the president now has $90 a barrel oil to deal with, gasoline prices moving closer to $3.50. And we've got a situation in Iran that's raising a lot of questions about strategy and endgame. His second year is shaping up to be a real political challenge on the very same issues that brought him to the White House.
I think, Joe, there's no doubt that the decision to go to war with Iran is a huge gamble, probably the biggest one of President Trump's administration, of his first or his second administration. If this goes well, he's going to be remembered for a long time as the person who changed the Middle East forever. And if it doesn't go well, it's going to be tough news at the ballot box, I suspect. Yeah. I think that's why he's throwing the marker out there for a 4 to 5 week campaign. He needs that much time for the U.S. military and allied forces to take out those targets that General Petraeus was talking about earlier, the nuclear sites, the missile sites, some of these weapons manufacturing areas, to get that done, and also to secure the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a lot of work to do here, and I think he likes keeping folks a little bit guessing as to what his ultimate outcome is going to be, but I think he has a pretty good idea in his own head what he's looking for.
Well, to Joe's point about now WTI hitting above $90 a barrel, we're also starting to see retail gas prices go up. We heard from the NEC director, Kevin Hassett, earlier today speaking on Bloomberg Television and radio. And Jeannie, we'll play this bite for you. He says that the administration has a lot of tools in their toolkit to bring down energy prices.
We had the crazy weather in February. The worst of it was actually outside of the survey week, but there was a lot of lingering junk, as you might recall, with the ice that was everywhere. We had some strikes on the West Coast that knocked off between 30 and 40,000 jobs. And so I think that on net, it's almost like a wash number.
Well, that was the NEC director there about today's downside surprise when it comes to jobs, another headwind facing this administration. But the NEC director, Jeannie, also said that there are a lot of different things that the administration could do. Sanctions waivers, for one example, that's already been done. He didn't say that they're at the point yet where they're thinking about tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But, Jeannie, I'm curious if you think that we're going to start to hear a little bit more telegraphing from officials as gas prices climb higher.
We absolutely should. And I'm glad you played that clip, Tyler, because obviously the increasing price of oil and the loss of jobs today, those are two of the most important headwinds that the president and the party are going to face as they go into November. And, you know, I think what I'm hearing is a lot of sort of fanciful thinking at this point. If we step back and just look at what is causing the price of oil to go up the way it has dramatically in the last few days, it is, of course, the war in Iran that we started with Israel. And the president has no way in which to show us how this thing is winnable, because winning means toppling and replacing this regime with a more friendly, U.S.-friendly, Israel-friendly regime. And the president has tried several ways. He's tried to put an armada there. They didn't capitulate. He's tried to decapitate. We decapitated. They didn't capitulate. Now we're bombing the heck out of them. No capitulation signs yet. The next step is what we're hearing, which is minimal boots on the ground and try to encourage the Kurds and the Azerbaijanis to try to overthrow this government. Not only are we bombing the Kurdish area of Iran, but there is no sign that they are in a place to topple this regime. Nobody who supports this war can give a story about how this thing gets us to a win. And so the price of oil will go up unless we step back or the president steps back, or he's got something under his sleeve that nobody who knows about Iran can tell us.
Lester, when lawmakers return to Washington, the White House is going to be asking for more money for this war effort. We saw a statement today from the president of the Taxpayers for Common Sense, Steve Ellis, who said Congress voted to hand the president unchecked war powers. Now it's being asked to hand him a blank check to pay for it. Knowing that we have the first $1 trillion defense budget in American history, and he talks about the 18% funding boost this year that Congress just approved, why should there be a need for more money?
Joe, I know this sounds crazy. $1 trillion defense budget is actually low. You go by historical standards, defense budget as a percentage of GDP, we're at a relatively low level. It should be higher. The U.S. is playing a leading role in the world, providing defense for Europe and the Middle East and dealing with a rising China. We have real security needs in the world. We actually do need a vigorous defense budget. I rarely disagree with Jeannie on stuff. Yeah. I actually think the president's been pretty good on Iran so far, and he is in his very unique way clearly defined. We're looking to eliminate these targets. General Petraeus talked about them. It looks like we're making a pretty good run at doing exactly those things relatively quickly. This is not going to be like Iraq or Afghanistan with a years-long U.S. occupation of Iran. So it's a very different thing that's happening.
Well, Jeannie, to build off of what Lester is outlining here, we actually heard from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, earlier this hour, making some news on this program, saying that she would vote in favor of an emergency supplemental for the Pentagon. So is this really going to be a politically fraught vote for Democrats? What do they have to weigh as we head into the midterms? And we've heard some outcry from the base.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fraught vote all around because, of course, we're talking about an enormous defense budget already, as Lester just said. And so they're going to have to make a decision as to whether, in fact, as we go into this campaign where affordability is going to be the issue on the table, if more money should be going into defense. And, you know, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she knows that this is something that her constituents want, so she'll do it. Others aren't going to feel the same.
Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Lester Munson with great analysis. Thank you both for a great conversation. Today, the three living Democratic presidents, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Bill Clinton, plus former Vice President Kamala Harris, joined thousands of attendees at the funeral service honoring the late civil rights activist, Reverend Jesse Jackson. They all helped to celebrate Jackson's legacy, including a rare public moment for Joe Biden. Listen.
The more we know one another, the more we understand what we're going through. There's enough decency and human nature in this country to reach out, to help. You know, Jesse kept hope alive for us in his lifetime. And we've got to continue to do it in our lifetime for our children. Because there's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing, nothing, nothing. So stand up and finish this job.
Former President Joe Biden from earlier today in Chicago. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Tyler Kendall in Washington. We'll see you back here on Monday on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're gonna try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, like slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people in Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. Mm-hmm. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
I don't know whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. These guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb. And that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And you know, whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius, tell us about that moment.
You know, I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius like actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and, I guess, use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and that's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean, what would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and my father was just very abusive. So at the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom. And my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story, sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee. But She considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary, because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. Think you've heard of him?
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like, I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people, like some of the scammers and stuff, should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius? That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're gonna cross the bridge, you're gonna have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone. And Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included. But there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that's the outcome it can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 in order to open up a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do it for closure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But but then I can be at peace. Right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve DuVally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve DuVally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple of minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, personally and professionally. Sure. But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, tell me about the day. What do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think should I just keep the lid on? Should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yeah.
Which blew me away when I read it, because months before, you stopped drinking. Stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock, and I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
They stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean, and they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery, don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out, you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book with clarity, investment bankers were quiet. I was so surprised by that. Can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly
well, that is
that
exactly
way.
as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you're
not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. Coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because, you know, not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.
If the names RZA, Jizza, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You manage Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as a manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tung-Suk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 siblings. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model. And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job. I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, your daughter, what's she doing? Get her back.
They would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence, how is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view of this, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated, Max, very male-dominated milieu. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move and I thought, wow, and she would just, and she was smaller than me, she would just burst into a room and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell, she didn't have to do any of that, but her energy just emanated off of her, and I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talk about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself.
Yes.
I think when you're at like Atlantic Records in an early job.
Yeah.
People have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protective. It's a kind of shield.
Yeah.
So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear. Just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior and I have an idea, my fear, and even if I think it's so smart, my fear is I open my mouth and everybody goes, and it's like the record scratch, rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal.
Right.
So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't get my feelings hurt. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown.
Yes, of course.
It's a way of endorsing one kind of future over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless. But, I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love again. And that's really scary for a woman over, that's scary for a woman over 35. Never mind a woman over 40, over 50, close to 60. And what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy risks.
Thank you.
Sophia Chang, seriously, I loved having you here.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these three interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is think carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks that are still to come. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I've told in the workplace is telling my clients and or members of Wu-Tang Clan, what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour earlier than it actually is. But they all figured that one out a long time ago. So you just have to keep moving it back.
In terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Oh man, these existential questions, what is bad? There's nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good, right? They were all stepstones to succeeding, to being able to creating, to be able to actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity, you know, and you got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people they're doing a great job and always giving them credit when it's due. And it costs nothing.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a really far out idea. Moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. The first person that we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot for the moon. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around the moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks for having me, Max.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted in business and in life by, I think, what you call mediocrity. You know, and that's like complaining
or caution or like wallowing in embarrassment, wallowing in shame. What you want instead is, I think, what you describe as a kind of like radical, a radical greatness. What has the idea of moonshots meant to you and to your career?
I never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up, and I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? And how do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right though, even if you're not thinking about it as moonshots, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing, like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think about moonshots?
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over and I really didn't go for it. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you've said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US goal. Right. How is this new moonshot, if that's a fair word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about this Solve FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Camarda, who was the ex-CEO of Shell Oil in Canada, who family also has this, we belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Fascio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it and $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me like, oh my God, like I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Which before Lululemon. I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something like kind of extraordinary.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. I mean, and then I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I feel I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I have this problem, and
I know that you consider yourself lucky,
yeah.
and I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete and you swam and you worked out, I think, like 2 or 3 times a day.
Sure.
Sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, you know, for no particular reason. Feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret. You know, the common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh, yeah. I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40. And I think that I did a couple of things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins. And these things kind of formed a new Chip Wilson, so to speak. And it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I have no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
Seeing a slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future oriented, and you describe kind of beautifully like this way of like, you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate, that's one reason why I think about you and moonshots. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future and the way in which, you know, I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future oriented as you used to.
Oh, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have a 30-year vision of what my life wants to, you know, I want it to look like. And I work back from that 30-year vision to set my 10, 5, and 1-year goals. And I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would hold?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goals. I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness. No, it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with life.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really same?
Well, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that have taken care of kids and doing everything for them. Never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. You know, I think that that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but you know, that's ironic though, because it was your dad who told you, I think at a swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race for like later on, the final laps, that you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s or 70s, it was kind of like, there was always this thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race or in the swim race, going to the end and hitting the wall and going, but nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was the #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an interesting way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it, and would life have shown up differently? I never want to be on my deathbed regretting a thing.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known for being willing to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag.
Right.
You know, it included one, I think, that people ended up getting upset about. It's about children of the orgasm of life, I think. Right. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away. Right. And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think, some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is the point for you of talking like so brashly?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be totally open and undefended, and to have every discussion was out on the table. I think especially when you are dressing people and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand be everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never wanted to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become like most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be distinct. I wanted my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that like it just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they can't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice, the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affect how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media, and nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the third most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling's. Okay, there's the
Harry Potter.
There's the Bible, then Mao, and then the story. It's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say The average is 22 to 23% of people are going to be vehemently opposed to anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think, though, that we should. First of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying something about yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, that may be the case. But I guess to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children line on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you're going to say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then, maybe.
I don't think so. I think it's, it was 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion anymore. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't vehemently oppose to it verbally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
No, I'd say my only regret was I had total control of Lululemon 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 kids under the age of 2, and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold to private equity and didn't really realize after selling to private equity that, that people would, I was a very trusting type of person. And, it'll take us 5 years to go public. Well, we went public in a year. Everything that, they had promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the board. And I didn't have A and B class shares, which I could have, easily asked for, and didn't know I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost the culture of Lululemon and the growth of where I think it should be.
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity guys and losing control of your board of directors.
No, my regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors or calling people that had gone through the process before and really understanding, what it is I needed to do. I think I also had surrounded myself with advisors that were also very nice, trusting Canadians, and I think, it's just that private equity isn't set up to, to tell you the whole truth about what's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the road.
You felt you were naive?
Oh, very naive.
What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job with a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, do you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that or not? What's the point of living a life like that? I'm going to have 2 kids. I'm going to live in suburbia. At 60, I'm going to retire, become a road cyclist, and then I'm going to die. It was great because then I'd lived an entire life. If I would have lived the life.
Think of some reasons to do it. Just like decency, comfort, family. Spending time with people you love and enjoy, I guess that's like a low stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it kind of horrifies you.
Well, it is interesting that I think everybody makes the life basically in reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about is a type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood. And in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of, whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with a normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But we appreciate our paychecks and we like the stability of it, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the maintenance person sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to sort of be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living in choice. So choice means not deciding. So deciding to do something is kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices, where choice is really about coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia and letting the past go and creating the present from an unknown future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living a fulfilled life.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could have predicted. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to how can I say this? If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States. And I probably will have lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them. And that took more precedence over telling the truth.
Will you just give viewers context of, like, you know, I was here at the time and they were asking about X. The viewers are going to be like, holy what is he talking about? Will you just add in full sentences, like, just help orient viewers so they're not completely flummoxed by that?
No, I won't.
You're just going to leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumors he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. And yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're gonna try to figure it out together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, ambition. The guest who's sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar
ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, as a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combines the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is bold and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He is trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power as we know it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here.
It's a blessing to sit here with you, man.
It's so good to have you here.
Definitely.
Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of? And when is it something to revel in, celebrate?
As long as ambition has a spiritual and moral dimension to it, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious, Toni Morrison was ambitious, John Coltrane was ambitious, Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folk who were ambitious really were people who had a profound vocation. See, a vocation is not the same as profession. If you're in a profession and you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Markets, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism, but not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist about that.
No? Doesn't alarm me?
Oh, no. Every moment of human history, it's been a history that's pretty ugly, man. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him. I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't in this life you've had where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense is not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in high quality service to others, no matter what the context, you have to come with a spirit of humility. You learn and listen. So I'd have to have some high quality folk around me who have spent time in the machinations of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in with a spirit of humility. But most importantly, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allowed that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and routinized. It's just almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in a lot of our context. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of itself. Because we've had some great figures and traditions in the United States. We really have.
have a financial question. You mentioned the word accountability. You know, there are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes, and then a smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
Yeah, that was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back payment in that sense, though.
Let's talk about taxes.
Very much. Oh, yes.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, you know, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been broke as the Ten Commandments financially. I've had heavy debts and obligations, both with family as well as getting behind. You see, I had student loans when I first came out, and I got behind way back in the 80s. And there was a time when I had multiple audits. I had knocks on the door to get a subpoena Christmas Eve. And I said, dang, could you all wait for another day? I know I'm behind. But the good news has always been that I set up installment plans. And I've always done that because it's true, and I think that people are right to raise these questions, that money's never really meant that much to me. It really, as long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. The richest nation in the history of the world. You got CEOs running around here, multi-million dollars every year. And these precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open about that.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now and but before the election to try
it's
to
the
clear
same
away?
because I've always had the installment plans in place. But you see, the important thing is, you know, the great Melville, our greatest novelist, he used to say that truth is a ragged edge. He said, if you're really committed to truth, it means you're not just speaking truth to powerless, you're also speaking truth to yourself. See, and that's Socratic, isn't it?
It's not
That's
easy.
self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
For myself? Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. I'm a cracked vessel, my brother. I got revolutionary potential. I got thuggish proclivities. And I'm wrestling with this every day. Kendrick Lamar has the same wrestling. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, those valley of tears that he finds himself in, stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, Brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Tupac bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human, all the way down, Brother Max.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. In my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top. You see, so in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You're not?
Very important. Oh, no.
You seem like an optimist to me.
Oh, no, I'm a blues man. There's no optimism in the blues.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, I think, ambitiously hope in their own way, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even in the political context, even though we're aware of strategic and tactical considerations, you do have to be honest about what's inside of you. And let me give you an example of this. I mean, you know 40% of U.S. citizens don't vote at all, and that's what I'm targeting. And 62% of those who vote third party, either libertarian or green, say they would never, ever, ever vote for Democrats or Republicans. So we're only talking about a small slice. But I can tell you this, the flip side is, if I remain silent, or if I begin talking about how wonderful Biden is when I don't believe it, that's a violation of my integrity. So that I do understand, you know, that kind of finger pointing, you are the cause of fascism in America because you got 4% and so and so and so. Yes, that's something that I wrestle with. That's part of that Civil War, the battlefield of my soul, too.
What I'm learning is that your real ambition is to be a kind of transcendent existential pressure inside the country to provide something that you think is not there.
Well, it's a beautiful way of putting it, but I wouldn't use the word transcendent. See, I'm a funk master. It's not transcendent. It's immanent. It's grounded in the culture and lived experiences of ordinary people, of those Sly Stone call everyday people. And that's true for all of the social movements. They have transcendent visions because it embraces everybody, no matter what color and gender and so forth. But it is in the funk. And the problem of America is it tends to deodorize its funk. When you playing your guitar, you know where the funky notes are, you see.
The only wrong thing you said is that I don't think I'm a very funky guitar player.
Well, you sound good to me.
Okay,
I'm telling you that.
I'll take it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
This was wonderful, though, brother.
It was wonderful for me. Coming up next, a director, a model, an activist, but is she ambitious? Stay tuned. What do you call it when high-end American fashion all but leaves out the faces of black women? You call it high-end American fashion. The guest who's sitting with me at this table didn't just reshape what beauty looks like on TV, in magazines, and on runways. She helped debunk the myth that the imagery of black beauty does not sell. Beth Ann Hardison's ambition as a model agency owner, and as an advocate wasn't just to thrive, which she did, it was to blaze paths for other people to follow. And now, at 81, she is the co-director and the subject of an ambitious new film called Invisible Beauty. Beth Ann Hardison, so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Can we talk about just like the very specific word ambition? There's something I think maybe sometimes it's like has a little like a little glow of nastiness maybe, you know, like ambition sounds a little bit meaner than like drive or determination. To me, you're such an interesting and ambitious person. What does like how do you even feel about the word?
It's not like I don't like the word. I just don't think that I really am the one who really demonstrates it in the way that I think it's meant. Ambition to me is someone who actually plans to actually do something and do it in such a way that they work towards it, like becoming a doctor, a singer, a musician. The ambition has to be there. The passion has to be there. I come along like a troubleshooter, but it's not a plan before that until I see the problem. To me, that's just like someone who's a house cleaner. You know, they're domestic. They just go, oh, there's dust on the thing. Oh, let me just wipe that off.
And that's you.
That's me to me.
I want to ask you about your son, though, because when you modeled, you always kept a second job. And one reason why is that you were raising, sort of semi-secretly from the industry, a kid. You had a child.
Yeah.
You've said, my son and I needed to cross the line, the winning line. He became an actor. He played Dwayne Wayne on A Different World. How did you encourage a sense of ambition in him? And tell us about the toll that it took on your relationship.
I think what it really was is that, you know, I got pregnant when I was a young girl, and I think it was a fear of just failing. I got lucky that it worked out another way, and I wound up being successful in my own way, you know. But I think the reason why I was had to give Kadeem something to do is because he never knew what he wanted to be.
I love the story that you gave him a scene to be a boy with a missing dog. You know, you turned him on to acting. You encouraged it. But look, I mean, it was your idea, not his. Do you have you thought yourself, or have you talked to him about the way that instilling ambition in other people can sometimes be a little dangerous?
I don't think it's, and I like that you're stuck on this word ambition. Because you and I should go out on a date. We can argue this point.
Oh, thank you so much. It's the first time I've been asked out on this television show. Thank you, Beth.
Because I tell you, I didn't think I was trying to impose ambition. That's for you to do on your own. I think what I was doing is really basically giving him an opportunity to grasp something. Ambition, I don't think you can really teach people ambition.
Let's talk about you and your drive and your career. So in 1980, you became an agent at Click Models. I think you represented a very young Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Then you start your own agency.
Yeah.
It's Beth Ann Management.
Yeah.
And you discover Veronica Webb.
Yeah.
Then you discover Tyson Beckford.
Yeah.
Whose contract with Ralph Lauren was, I think, also
Yeah, that was major.
What did it feel like to channel your drive, your ambition, if you want, through other people to help them succeed? It was no longer about you as a model. You were channeling other people. How did that feel?
I didn't want to have a model agency. The last thing I wanted was a model agency, but they made me do it. Most things that I'm doing, someone made me do it. It's never my ambition to say, oh, I'm going to do this.
Will you let me try to be ambitious myself and push back on something?
Go ahead.
Okay. We talk about your extremely ambitious career, and you're like, no, I wasn't really that ambitious. We talk about your son, who you push into acting, and you were like, well, no, I wasn't really doing that. Then we talk about you starting a modeling agency, and you say, oh, I didn't want to start a modeling agency.
It's true.
But Beth Ann, is it possible that that there's something about you and the way that you look at your career where you undersell the challenges that you faced instead of doing what most people do, which is oversell them?
Yeah. I'll even get better. I didn't have a career. What I have is many different things I do. You know, I used to have people who stand behind me, and I used to say, this is my backup band. They can explain me better than I can. And people would step in front of me when I would be introduced to someone. They say, oh, please, she's so modest. Let me tell you what she's done. I don't take it on so well. I see that.
Why do you think that is?
I think because I don't think that much of it in the act of doing it. I think that it's something that just had to be done. Someone had to do it.
Be a little less rosy now.
Okay.
So in '96, you closed your agency.
Yeah.
You moved to Mexico. You said, I had no idea what I'd do next because I had no ambition. I had no ambition. If you have no ambition, you don't know what you're going to do. You just make sure you don't sink. Well said. You
I got
said
some
it.
good quotes.
You said it.
Those things. Oh my gosh.
How did that feel? Take me back to Mexico when it was like you had nothing doing after this decades of action.
So I basically knew that I was having a nice downtime. It was good. And I didn't have to worry about doing too much. I still had to work a little bit because I still had Tyson. And then I started getting those calls. I think when I left the industry, New York Times had written an article on me saying who was going to do the work that I had been doing and how important it was. And I was like, oh, please, I'm out of here. You know, don't put that on me. Someone else can pick it up. And then when I started getting those calls about the models had disappeared and all, and I was getting those calls from Naomi, and you got to come back, you got to come back. And I wasn't going that long. It was like 3-4 months or something.
Just to expand on what you're saying that Naomi Campbell was calling you to say the black models are disappearing.
Yes, yeah.
And I want to give a little bit more context. You had started an advocacy group called Black Girls Coalition.
Yes.
And that was an advocacy group for models with Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, but it was when it first started, just to be clear, when it first started, it was just to celebrate the girls, to introduce them to each other, because so many of them were working, you know, doing editorial, which had never happened before, but they don't know that. They're the first ones on the scene. I've been around. I've known this is the first time. Then eventually, in about 4 years later, 3 or 4 years later, I decided to go up against the advertising industry.
Right.
Because they were not reflecting their consumer.
And you tell me you're not ambitious.
No, that's not Hey, can I get a...
because this is serious stuff. I mean, look, the reality is you played a really important role in getting black faces onto runways and into magazines. But then, lo and behold, what happens? The faces start disappearing. Things, the diversity, as it so often does in corporate America, especially, it makes progress and then it comes back.
Yeah.
What was it like to see failure following progress, and what did you do about it?
Well, that's the thing. You always say, you know, you go 3 steps forward and you fall 4 steps back or something like that. And it took me 4 years before I can really get back on that horse. I'm coming back and okay. That wasn't so much like ambition to me. That's more like, once again, like revolutionary. That I live with very well. I believe I am. I know I am.
I want to bring up something else you said, and it's about change. You said, I always know, because I've lived life long enough, you can change things. You might need to be foot against your pedal, but you can change things.
Yeah.
There are so many forms of like being driven, you know, but I feel like it's so rare for people to aim to make things better for other people instead of themselves.
I think when I leave here, I'm going to feel different. I think you're really convincing me. I'm going to go out of here with my head held high, and a big head too. I'm going to swell this head up, and I'm going to try and get through that door.
Well, then I'll walk out with a swollen head too, if that's what you're saying. I think I want to end, if you don't mind, Beth Ann, at the end of your film, you talk about dying, going home.
Yeah.
A good end to a good life? I mean, that seems like the most beautiful ambition that I could think of, I think. If you don't mind talking about it, what would you like it to feel like?
When I leave this earth? Not so painful. I want people to celebrate, have a good time. I know I'm going to be buried upstate New York in a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cemetery. And I just hope that I just cruise right along and that something is left behind that remembers. One thing I would like to do, and this is requiring ambition.
Okay.
I want to do a one-woman show.
Are you going to do it? What's stopping you?
Yeah, I got to finish this film. The film keeps going on. And also, I just need to finish this book. And, you know, fear stops me, you know, because that's scary. The one-woman show is not like a stand-up comedian. I'm going to do it interactively with the audience. I'm just going to tell stories. But I always wanted to do that.
Will it be okay if I or if the world remembers you as an ambitious woman?
Yeah, you can do anything you want once I'm gone.
It's a deal. Beth Ann Hardison, thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy I came. I learned a lot about me this time.
So did I.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. It was extremely ambitious to think that we could learn about ambition, how much of it is enough, how much of it is too much, by just asking ambitious people to tell us. As it turns out, sometimes we can easily recognize the ambition inside of us, and then sometimes we totally rebel against the very concept. Maybe the lesson is that ambition is something to recognize inside of ourselves and something to be proud of, as long as it's wielded wisely. Maybe the most ambitious form of ambition is the kind that's generous and humble. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you'll join us next time.
That little inch makes a difference. how do I waste time when I'm, like now, I'm wasting time right now.
I don't think I'm proud of any virtue, but I'm blessed to be able to cultivate the highest virtue, which is that of love.
The most valuable virtue to me with anyone that I'm close to is compassion. I think compassion is the most important thing.
I have not rid myself of any of the vices. In the language of my Jewish brother Paul, who wrote the Christian New Testament, I try to die daily.
The most challenging thing for me to have a model agency was having the other bookers around the table. That was the most challenging, never the models. That's interesting.
It is very easy to get a bad reputation. It's very difficult to win a good reputation, and it's hard, but not impossible, to turn a bad reputation into a good one. But if reputation is what other people think about you, then what does it even matter? More importantly, when do you ever have control over other people's thoughts and feelings? I read in Business Week about crypto, which has had a terrible reputation for scams. The journalist Zeke Fox, who has a reputation for very funny writing, also very serious reporting, looked into the coin Tether. And what he found was a crypto-powered human trafficking ring in Cambodia. Sometimes reality turns out to be much worse than reputation, and sometimes reputation turns out to be a lot worse than reality. How are you supposed to sort out which is which? We're gonna try to do it together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, reputation. In the NBA, everybody has a reputation. The stars, the rookies, the fans, the coaches, the refs, even the lowly reporters. But few figures have a more complicated reputation than sports agents. And few sports agents have a more interesting reputation than the man who is at the table with me right now. You may know that Rich Paul is one of the most influential figures in the business. You may know he works with his friend LeBron James. You might even know his partner is Adele, but you do not know his full story. In a gripping new memoir called Lucky Me,
He talks about growing up with a loving mom who was addicted to drugs. He writes about selling them, and he writes about getting on the road to becoming someone else. We're really glad he's here. Mr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
The part of your reputation that I'm personally and professionally most drawn to has to do with your role in the NBA movement that's called player empowerment. So I think broadly speaking, it's a shift in influence away from owners, who are mostly white, I think by far, to players, stars, who are mostly black. At this moment, what don't fans understand about who wields the power in the business of basketball?
When you talk about player empowerment, I like to use a different E word, because sometimes when you say empower, it gives off this perception that the players can do whatever they want. And that's not true. It's still a business. And I like to talk about the education of it, because I think players being educated allows them to understand that they have options. What those options are, well, that's to be negotiated, but also it's to be understood. And a lot of guys don't really have a perspective of the business. It's been something they've been doing all their life. And you can be taken advantage of just playing the game.
I want to ask you about LeBron, because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long, under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se. I sacrificed to put myself in a better position because I didn't want to be dependent of LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you, you met somebody in the airport and happened to be LeBron, and if it wasn't for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want to be?
The commissioner of the NBA.
I believe it.
I'm gonna manifest that. Yeah.
You could be.
Yeah.
Your ecosystem, it's much bigger than LeBron. I mean, you have had these really, really important clients, but it's hard not to think about him just because he's starting. I think it's his 21st season.
Yes.
And I think he's like the 6th person to do that.
Yes.
It's very, very unusual. So I'm wondering what you want your life in the NBA and also outside the NBA to look like in a post LeBron world one day when he's ready.
It's gonna look the same. That's why I built it. You know, today in meetings, it's there, but we don't go in pitching LeBron. We go in pitching clutch. And here's the thing: people say, "Oh, well, LeBron gave you an opportunity. Lucky you did this," but you don't talk about. I think Donald Trump's dad gave him a loan, right? James Dolan's dad gave him a business. Somebody gave Mark Zuckerberg a loan. What's the difference?
Yep.
Because it wasn't my dad, and you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody has to have an opportunity from somewhere, especially me coming from a place where if you had any entrepreneurial aspirations, who's gonna look at your business? Who's gonna help you do a business plan?
Right. Here's an equity investment.
Right. And then who has the experience and the know-how and the resources and the relationships to help you even navigate to a place to where you're doing it properly.
my favorite character in this book is your father. He lived with another family, but
Yes.
he helped raise you.
And my brother and sister, yeah.
You mentioned his business, R&J Confectionery.
Yeah.
You write, Dad was the type of guy that everybody wanted to know. 5'7" tall with a 6'5" reputation.
Yes.
He got to work every day, I think 6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
What did he teach you about how the business world works?
Oh man, I mean, he just taught me the importance of consistency, you know, getting up every day, rain, sleet, hail, snow. There was no holidays. I watched how he treated people. I watched how he went about his day. I watched the things, the detail of it. And he can see things in people that they probably couldn't see in themselves, and he took the time out to have a conversation with you. I watched how he treated other business owners around him. So I'm learning this business every day. And so it got to the point to where my dad could just sit in the chair and me, my brother, or my sisters could actually run the store.
Your dad is my favorite character in the book, but I would like to talk for a second about your mom because, you know, your depiction of your mom in the book is like it's not cliche though. It's not corny. You describe your mom as like not a bad person, just a person who was addicted to drugs for a long time.
Yeah.
But then your dad dies.
Yeah.
And after watching the impact of addiction on your mom, you make a decision whose context is like, you know, people should read the book to understand what's happening in your life at the time.
Yeah.
But you make a decision to sell. You don't do it for that long. It's like a part of the it's a part of the
my
book.
toe in the water, yeah.
Will you talk about like I was impressed that you spoke about watching addiction and making a choice to deal drugs. Like I found it like among other things just like very honest. Were you worried that it would somehow like impact your reputation or?
No, I mean, how many people in high positions actually are users today, still right now, you know? And that's not a decision out of survival. That's something that they choose to do every day because they enjoy it. So you can't judge, right? I was a kid trying to survive. And so, yeah, my mom was great though. My mom, she had an issue, no different than the issues right now with fentanyl in our communities. But I can honestly say, going through those things, watching my mom, watching other people's moms, watching other people's dad, I was lucky enough to have my dad. And I was also lucky enough for my dad to explain to us at a very young age what was actually happening. And so I never lost the respect for my mom. And my mom had so much respect for us that today I understand why she was absent, because she never wanted us to have a visual of that. And so the book, it was important for it to be real. Like I don't fake anything. There's no gray, there's black and there's white. And again, I'm blessed to be in the position I am today, but I'm also thankful for what I went through as a kid, because it's really, it was my assembly line. It really was, and it molded me.
It makes me think before we end that reputation, like if it lives long enough,
changes.
It turns into something else, yes, and then it becomes like your legacy.
Becomes legacy. Reputation becomes legacy.
What do you want yours to be?
You know, I think my reputation is pretty solid across America. You know, when I walk around in any neighborhood, people know, you know, that guy is a stand-up guy. My dad wouldn't want it no other way. But the difference is today, you know, I just want to be a great example. I want to continue being a great example and not just making it about me, not just look what I did type of thing, but I want to build things, continue to be a builder. Today when I go to work, I have 80 employees, 75 employees, right? And they're young, between the ages of 21 and 55 probably. But continue that, you know, that opening different verticals of the ecosystem of sport and building things to where I can provide opportunity, if that makes sense.
You know what comes into my head as my final question when you talk about that? Building something, ownership.
Yeah.
May I ask?
I have no interest in owning the team. I don't. I know, you know, my competitors are trying to push that narrative out there.
Oh, is that
because-
right?
Yeah.
They're trying to
yeah, they
save
tell
the
families that all the time. Oh, don't go with him. When LeBron retires, he's going to go and own a team.
Mhm.
Like, but first, I don't have enough money to own a team, first of all, so let's just get that out the way. And then secondly, I think owning a team would hinder me. I'm a creative at heart, so I have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. Because one thing people don't realize, those owners, they built something. So they don't own a team all day, every day. They go to work. They run Aries, they run, Blackstone, they run, so many different businesses that they have. Carnival Cruise, all these different things that the owners have. They don't just own a team all day. So you think I'm gonna go sit on my couch and own a team? No, I don't wanna do that.
I could definitely imagine you starting you mentioned areas like a private equity fund. Would that appeal to you?
Yeah, it would, yeah. And I just might.
What would you call it?
I got the name, but I can't give it to you.
All right, we better end there.
I'll give it to you off the air.
I'll hold you to it.
I got it.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Great, man. Thank you.
I enjoyed it very
Appreciate
much.
you.
All
Yep.
right, you take care. Coming up next, more Reputation. This guest has a reputation for being able to do a lot of things better than many people, me included. She is a visionary about collective activism. She is funny. She speaks truth to power. She gets results. She is clear about the ways that she is limitless, and she is clear about the ways that she is limited. For example, she needs some help doing things that sometimes many people take for granted, like breathing or walking or talking. And Alice Wong, the author of Year of the Tiger, is also one of the most influential disability advocates in this country. It is a joy, as in like an actual joy, for me to have her here. Alice, welcome.
Hi, Max. Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here talking with you.
I honestly, it's a delight for me to have you here. Let's get into the questions. So much of the reputation that disabled people have is built by non-disabled people, and it's built around ideas of misfortune, sadness, embarrassment, burden. What have you learned about the ways that reputations, even ones that are old and stale, what have you learned about the ways that like reputations can actually sometimes begin to change?
On reputation and reputation building specifically, so much of it is dependent on culture. Part of why I am a writer and activist is to help push the culture forward, but ableism is such an ingrained part of our society that change happens at a glacial pace, and it takes a collective effort, not just me or a handful of disabled people. Until non-disabled people reflect and confront their implicit bias about disability and do the work on unlearning their ableism, will disabled people be able to truly play a larger role in constructing their reputation? There will always be people in power who want to maintain the status quo and the ability to distort and erase disabled people's sense of self and their reputations because it serves them. I myself try not to care too much about what people think of me and continue to do work that gives me joy. And if that helps others see that there's more to life than a good reputation, that can be a positive step in the right direction.
Speaking of the work that you do that brings you joy, your work, your body of work, Alice, is so wide and it's so deep. You're the founder of the Disability Visibility Project. You're a co-partner on the political group that's called Crip the Vote. You served on the National Council of Disability. You've edited anthologies of work by disabled writers, and you've done much more. What's the reputation, though, that Alice, that you want to have?
If I wrote my own reputation, it would be that I am someone who shows up, is thoughtful, accountable, and collaborative. That I am someone who welcomes critique and change, and that I want to learn and grow from my mistakes and do cool things with cool people. That's a mouthful, but that's how I would like people to perceive me, whether they are acquainted with me or not.
Alice, a lot of companies in this country and around the world, but not all of them, have a reputation for paying lip service to inclusion and diversity. I'm thinking about workers who are disabled, but also Black or queer or trans or Asian or indigenous, beyond. But the reputation is that they don't actually then do the real work of reshaping their own cultures after talking about it. What are a few examples, if you can name some, of companies and their leaders who really are, in your mind, really actually doing it right?
I think most companies say they want to do the right thing and fail from the top all the way down. It's not enough to have a disability-specific employee resource group, a day committee, an annual speaker or a consultant or certain metrics. There has to be a long-term commitment that is strategic, systemic, and sustainable.
have felt so incredibly tempted to tell you about my brother, Tommy, who has, just real magic and humor and love as a person. It's really shaped who I am as a person. I'm sure it's shaped me as a journalist and shaped my sister Anna and our parents as well. But I'm going to resist because I feel like so much of the conversation around disabled people is often very personal and fuzzy and kind of sweet and very, very rarely about political things or very rarely systemic. Why is that, Alice?
People are still averse to complex conversations about ableism because it makes them uncomfortable. We all have internalized or implicit ableism, and it is up to all of us to actually name it and unlearn things that have been designed to marginalize and dehumanize disabled people. For example, people may see me as a somewhat successful published author and editor, but if they took a closer look at my activism and writing, they will see that I openly talk about how because of Medicaid income and asset limits, I am unable to have more than $2,000 in my personal bank account. This has been the case since I turned 18, and I bet most of your audience cannot fathom what it's like to subsist on that amount. Later on, I do want to hear about your brother Tommy, because I am sure you have some hilarious stories. I am fortunate to have a tight-knit family, and much of the reason it is so tight-knit is because they have all supported me throughout my life, and what we experience as a family in the face of such an absurd, inaccessible, and discriminatory society is something that we just have to laugh if not cry about.
I want to share with our audience that I accommodated your needs by sharing questions for this interview with you a few days ago.
and that's so that you could use your text-to-voice technology to answer them. And it reminds me that your muscles have weakened with time. You haven't always used this technology. And people, I mean, by the way, including me, I'm about to turn 40, people have very, very strange and complicated feelings about change and about their bodies changing and weakening. What have you learned about how you want to face those changes in ways that feel right to you?
Congratulations on hitting 40 soon. Can you believe this, but I'm turning 50 next year? Change is freaky and scary, but it's unstoppable and out of our control no matter how hard we try. Doctors told my parents that I wouldn't live to adulthood, so I grew up without an image of myself in the future. I couldn't see it, and while I have progressively become weaker and faced changes in my body and life circumstances, it is a freaking privilege and achievement to be this age, and not just surviving but thriving. A few months ago I moved into my own place for the first time. I finally have a home office rather than working from a small desk in my bedroom for decades. I adopted 2 cats named Bert and Ernie, who are my chosen family. I know people pity me and cannot imagine living like me, but what I have achieved and lost made me who I am, and I don't take anything for granted. Every moment with friends and family is a treasure, and I find joy amidst all the struggles and pain.
Alice, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think it makes much sense to ask disabled people to help non-disabled people to just like be better. And yet I'm also wondering, like, if you were just completely like the queen of the world, what you would demand, what you would demand from your subjects.
Talking specifically about disabled people, in the United States, there is still a bias in Medicaid funding for institutional settings, where community-based services are optional for states while institutional settings are not. Many people think skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes are safer because a person can get 24-hour care, but no one should be separated from society and hidden from the public. And by the way, institutions are not necessarily safe. In fact, they're rife with abuse and neglect, especially ones that are for profit owned by private equity companies. I would like to see a world where no one goes hungry and has housing, education, and healthcare, a world where bodily autonomy is respected, a world where communities and neighborhoods take care of one another. A world where disabled people aren't siloed by diagnosis. A world where we can rest, dream, and create. Those are a few things I hope to see in the future.
I want you to know, Alice, how grateful I am. How grateful I am that you've joined us here. I'm hoping our paths will cross again one day. I'm grateful for your time, grateful for your energy, I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks a bunch for this opportunity, Max.
The pleasure is mine. Almost everyone has a reputation. Almost everyone has an inner life. And very few people see themselves the way their bosses or the market see them. When you sit down and talk to other people, as I did tonight, about who they are and what they've been through and how they see the world, the chances are good you're going to hear something new and interesting. And that's a good thing because it's nice to actually be surprised. When you want to figure out which reputations are better or worse than reality, it helps to start by asking questions. Our guests tonight were honest about themselves and their reputations, and maybe that will encourage you to ask other people about theirs. Or you can start by telling other people about you. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
I think the most important lesson you've learned in business is it's never personal. It's always business.
My current vice is watching a ton of TV. When I was able to eat, I loved eating salty and fattening food. Things like French fries, tempura, donuts, and pastries.
What's the most expensive thing I've wasted the most money on? I would probably say a car because it's a depreciating asset.
What kind of car was it?
All of them.
If you get to work and you find it's really hard to do your job with imagination, do not worry. Imagination is still really new. Dreaming is more than 100 million years old, but being able to imagine things on purpose began only like 70,000 years ago, and even then the reviews were mixed. Plato thought that imagination was kind of suspicious, and the Bible does sort of suggest that it is evil. I read in the heist issue of Business Week about a certain kind of imagination, creative thieves. Their recent hauls include 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs, $37,000 worth of cadaver parts, 1,240 cases of crab, a 4-meter-long whale skull, and 1 catalytic converter from the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. How are you supposed to bring imagination to work, and how do you protect it from the pressures of the marketplace? We are going to try to imagine it together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, imagination. There are some wonderful people who do the same thing over and over again, and that can be interesting or imaginative. This guest is not one of them. Theaster Gates is interested in cities, space, land, planning, preservation, place, pragmatism, value, desire, development, capital, collecting, blackness, agency, and the art world itself. And that is a very long way of saying that this sculptor and performance artist and painter and scholar is one of the most imaginative people working today. Theaster Gates, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
You have this beautiful phrase that I think of as a kind of metaphor for imagination. You talk about the possibility of life within things. How do you find that life?
Well, it's interesting. So often the life is right up under our noses. And what I've learned from Shintoism is that there's a power. There's power, there's life within things, wood, trees, water, a rock, right? If you respect that life, maybe it means that you have to work to care and to protect and preserve that life. I feel like there are moments, like with the Stony Island Arts Bank or other projects that I've done, where when it's dead, it's a reminder of the failures of culture to invest in a thing. But when it's alive, it's like a testament to what's possible when collective people believe in the power of regeneration.
The work that you do on the south side of Chicago has been to find, I think, the meat on the bones, that have transformed spaces that were underinvested into spaces for artists to live and artists to show, and places to watch movies and places to listen to music and places to show collections. Did you find that your imagination was listened to and respected by others? Did people disbelieve that you could remake these spaces this way?
Well, let's look at this over a course of years. When I moved to my neighborhood in 2006, to the Grand Crossing neighborhood, things were interesting. It was a normal neighborhood adjacent to the University of Chicago where I had just taken a job. In 2008, the market crashed.
Yep.
And the real estate values and the kind of speculators that existed on the South Side, they were no longer interested in the speculative land. I slowly started trying to figure out, if no one else is going to buy and protect these buildings and make sure that people on the South Side have opportunity, and in my case, that culture continues to live, is there something that I could do to try to acquire some of these buildings on my block? So one at a time, with my mom's help, with friends' help, with my own sweat, we would acquire the building next to the building that we own and then renovate them best we could. And until we found ourselves owning, over the last decade, a lot of buildings.
Have they had to make a new kind of language for, you're a developer, you're an urban planner, you're an artist. Are you inventing your own words so that you can explain what you've done and what you are trying to do?
Definitely. I'm definitely always both inventing words and trying to resist certain labels. But there were times where I had real translation issues. So I would go to the Department of Planning, City of Chicago, and I would walk in and I would say, I'm an artist. And I would go to my alderman and I would say, oh, I'm a local artist in your neighborhood. And that did not get me the traction that I wanted. So I had to put on my shirt and tie, change my language a little bit and say, hey, I'm a developer. I've invested $10 million in this neighborhood. I'm interested in doing another $100 million of investment in this neighborhood, and I'd like the attention of my alderman and the commissioner of planning.
I don't think imagination has to be generative or productive to be worth something. But when I think about your work, and I think about the cafe, and I think about your mill, you created actual jobs.
Yeah.
I think that falls under the rubric of economic development. Can economic development be something that's imaginative instead of destructive?
Yeah, dear friends of mine talk about, instead of talking about money, they talk about energy. What can I do to create varying kinds of good energy? And most of the time I start with, what do I want? And I want to be able to get a good cup of tea in the morning. I want to be able to hear great live music. I want to see amazing films. I want my friends who make films to feel supported in the production of their films. I want to listen to house music and I want to jack all night. I just locked in to my neighborhood and I'm like, oh, those things that I would normally try to find in another place, why don't I bring them here?
Yep.
I'm going to build the amenity. And if I build it for myself, it means 500 people, 1,000, 5,000 people could also benefit. And it also means that the model for neighborhood transformation, economic development, if you will, that model is playing itself out in real time. Then, and this is where I feel now as my hair whitens, that there's a way in which the work that's been accumulating, there are now other people who can grab the baton and do bigger, greater works.
without at all taking away from the beautiful energy that you're describing, you know, there is something that a little voice in my head that scares me about what you're describing, because it reminds me of a very old lineage. Neighborhoods without resources, artists move in because the rents are affordable. Then developers come in because now the neighborhoods are a little bit cooler. Then rents go up, they're gentrified. What can you do, and what have you done on the South Side to make sure that the work that you're doing and the imagination that you're bringing is going to include your neighbors and not, you know, eventually, I guess, like exile them?
Yeah. Well, right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of living this playbook that I'll eventually share with others. But a big part of it was the acquisition of land and then protecting that land so that it was always available for mission-based activity. You know, wildlife happens, you know, and change happens in cities that will have 500,000 square feet worth of residential space, 2 million square feet of commercial and cultural space.
2 million?
That will protect, you know, when this thing is over.
Yeah, sir. If you're talking on a scale of millions of square feet, I feel so sure that there have to be capitalists listening to this who are going to be calling you up and trying to say, like, you know, these nonprofit investments you're making, you're a fool. You should be making money from this. Do you get calls like that?
Well, I would go back to this issue of like the life and things. I think that one way of reading death is when a neighborhood has been underinvested in. Another way of reading death is when the fabric of the neighborhood has been forgotten and it's been replaced with gross reinvestment and redevelopment. The death of cities is not just the problem of gangs and violence. The death of cities is also when we become monotonous versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I think that wealth has to develop more sophisticated tools for measuring health and life, and be willing to invest in ways that are more about what humans need than just about the bottom line.
I really like connecting the life of things with the death of imagination.
Yeah, yeah.
How have you learned to like protect your imagination, the life of your imagination, and to keep it going? Imagination dies too, creativity. How do you protect it and give it life?
You know, when I was young and my dad would make me paint the baseboards of apartments that he was renting, and it was time to turn the apartments over because someone had moved out, and he was like, whatever you do, don't get paint on my floor. And so I learned to tape, and I learned to use a paintbrush so that I could fan white paint and make sure that I wouldn't mess up his walnut floors. In a way, my dad was inventing creativity in me, inventing a deeper imagination by telling me to paint the baseboards. The way that I protect my imagination now is by continuing to work. That everything I do, I'm trying to find good solutions for complicated problems.
What are you going to do next? I mean, what are your dreams, and what does your imagination tell you about what the future holds, and why, you know, what's stopping you from doing it right now?
Well, maybe this goes back to Buddhism. I'm thinking about how to, you know, it's been about 15, 20 years of building, and I feel like right now I'm preoccupied with how to give it all away, how to let go of this tight hold that I've had on development, and imagine it as like a kind of long-term, durational performance. That I've been involved in a 15 to 20-year performance of neighborhood transformation. And at the end of the performance, the audience gets all the props back. So I'm learning a lot from people who are actively trying to say, I've been given too much, I've figured out some things, and I made a lot.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Do you have an instinct about how you're going to start? How you're going to start saying goodbye?
With gifts.
Do you know yet who you want to give your first gifts to?
Artists.
Are there any journalists you know you'd like to give some of your records to?
No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe I'll keep the records. We can swap records. We can swap records.
Exchange.
Yeah.
That was a pure joke. Yasser Gates, it's a pleasure for me to listen to you.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed that. Up until just a few decades ago, the systems of American art had practically no room for women. Museums, galleries, auctions, schools, and mass media gave the distinct impression that men had a monopoly on imagination itself. The guest who's sitting with me at this table played a key role in changing that. Judy Chicago's painting, sculpture, photography, needlework, much more, has helped alter the shape of art itself. And at 84, she is getting her first major museum survey here in New York at a new museum show that's just brimming with color and generosity and imagination. It's really nice to have her here. Judy Chicago.
Thank you.
The art world has become a big business in the way that it wasn't when you were starting. So I'm curious to ask, like, what have you learned about big business and about how big business works and how it looks that you couldn't have foreseen back then?
Well, first of all, you know, I've been asked a lot about, oh, well, aren't you upset that this recognition has been so delayed and blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm not. You know why? Because I had 5 decades of working in my studio without ever thinking about the market. So you have to really understand how outside of that I've been, because I had my own vision of what art can be, should be. I believe art is an act of generosity, and that I feel really bad for young artists because, you know, they get swallowed up, spit out like stocks on the stock exchange. But, you know, you can stand up to that. You don't have to do it.
Your work is willing to imagine something that, you know, I have a hard time with, which is, you know, not just the death of the world, which is something the art does deal with, but your own death. I was really moved by, I think it's called a mortality relief. It's this bronze piece in the exhibit, and it looks almost like a death mask in advance, but you clearly are able to imagine your end. What do you think about when you think about it?
I wanted to be able to face the end of my life with grace and courage, because it really isn't good to have an adversarial relationship to aging. I started out exploring, I start with research, so I started looking at attitudes towards death going back in time. And of course, discovered that, we are an aberration in terms of the way we shroud death, hide death, try to have battles with death. When they write about cancer, after a battle, give me a break. Nature's going to win.
Hearing you talk now reminds me that, I have a relatively romantic idea of imagination, especially when I'm sitting with a wonderful artist who makes work that I admire. I guess I'm tempted to think of imagination as this very beautiful thing that could take you to very beautiful places. But you are also willing to imagine horror and grotesquerie. And I think that maybe people are uncomfortable doing that.
There are a lot of people who are concerned about what's happening in our world, and they need to be encouraged to look at it, to think about it. We are encouraging people to participate in this digital quilt that I created with Dementi, the Web3 company, and Naja, one of the founders of Pussy Riot. And so there are a series of questions that I believe we need to answer, like if patriarchy were dismantled, would women and men be equal? Would men have permission to be gentle and vulnerable? Would women have permission to be strong? Would there be equal parenting? Would the earth be protected? I think there are questions that we need to come together and answer. We are so polarized now. But if we don't answer those questions, we're going to drive the world to destruction.
Judy, what you're describing when you talk about this work is the ability that an artist has to use her skills and to use her imagination to pose these difficult questions to people and make them think about it. But, it's like, Judy, I'm no artist. I don't have these skills. Is there something that non-artists can take from you where, like you, they can use what they're good at to make other people think in new ways? But for most of us, we're not able to paint and draw the way you can.
Of course, what we're looking at now is the pushback and the effort to push back all the gains that started in the 70s. It will take millions of people putting down their phones and going in the streets. I don't understand why there were not millions of people in the street after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Not protests, because just a protest doesn't work anymore. What is required is the same thing that propelled the social change movements of the 70s, which has to do with organization, all the things that aren't fun to do. Developing leadership, developing organizations that can take the protest and turn it into actual civil change. I want to tell you something. It's worth it to feel like you've made a contribution, to have the satisfaction of that. I don't care what the New York Times said over the course of my career.
I live right by the Brooklyn Museum, where the dinner party is the heart of this beautiful collection of feminist art. The center is named for a member of the family behind Purdue Pharma and OxyContin. Apart from just what everyone else says about philanthropy and money and naming, I'm just curious how you feel about that.
First of all, I'm going to answer you with a counter question. Elizabeth Sackler's establishment of the Center for Feminist Art has allowed dozens of unknown women and feminist artists to be exhibited. Does she get any points for that? Or does her name disqualify everything she has done? Patronage is complicated, and so is history. It's like when everybody wanted to just knock down the Confederates' statues and sort of erase our past. I'm like, what if we let Black people, African Americans, come and write their stories on the statues so that we would see multiple points of view simultaneously. The point of view of the oppressor, the point of view of the oppressed.
I want to end, Judy, with the future. I'm curious if you imagine, you know, what art will look like. We're living in a strange time of artificial intelligence. You know, I'm wondering if you imagine that AI will demand room for itself in the art world. I'm wondering if the opposite will happen and the infinite possibilities of computerized art will teach us to embrace craft and imperfection.
My answer is going to be really short.
Okay.
Many, many years ago, Bruce Nauman and I had a conversation about, we were in our 40s, about how art schools were getting rid of drawing. And we agreed that when you're a young artist full of bravado and energy, you can go a long way in your career. But when you get into your 40s and your ideas get more complex, if you can't draw, you come to a standstill. And I am somebody who believes in the hand. And I believe in the connection between the hand and the heart. And that's my answer.
Well, your hand and your heart and your imagination have changed other people's hearts and their imaginations. I'm really glad you've been here to talk to me about it. Really, really enjoyed it. Judy, Chicago.
Thank you very much.
So
You're
much.
very smart.
Imagine this. You've got imagination, you've got a job to do, but you're not sure how to bring one to the other. These two guests tonight have used their imagination successfully in completely different ways. One of them has used his to transform his neighborhood inside Chicago. The other one has used hers to transform herself into a Chicago and to transform art history itself. Maybe you use your imagination inside the market. Maybe you use it despite the market. Either way, you can steal the tools of these two artists. Patience, practice, collaboration, voice, and fight. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
When all else fails, one must scream. Well, as we look at what's happened to our world, it makes me angry that more people aren't screaming.
There have been times in the workplace when I've said that things were good when they weren't good. Sometimes because I was trying to maintain staff morale. Sometimes I was trying to be optimistic, like this is gonna be good, even though it's not good today. And then there have been other times where I've known that the person I was talking to had such a fragile ego, and you gotta be sensitive when you work with other creatives.
That's enough already, guys. Now, come on. Come on. I know.
This story did come around as something that's a bit different. There is a dark side to it.
It's hard to even talk to people about these chemicals and tell them, look, there's a chemical that's in you that's not found anywhere in nature.
This is the shadow fleet. To actually see clandestine behaviour, that makes you think, well, what else is going on?
can you always tell a fake image from an authentic one? Deepfakes are undoubtedly one of the most challenging risks posed by artificial intelligence. These are the images, audio recordings, and increasingly videos, which look convincing enough to fool all but the sharpest amongst us.
What's really interesting is that fake images, even the convincing ones, aren't new inventions.
No, like that Loch Ness Monster picture. Or one of those creepy double exposure photos of a sad-looking Victorian ghost.
Right, but their sophistication is rapidly advancing. And many experts say that political disinformation campaigns using deepfakes are not only happening, but set to become a far bigger problem.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're going to hear things like this.
Is how do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but we should not disagree on actual facts.
And this.
Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for what, everybody in the world?
As we try and answer the questions, what's next for AI and disinformation?
And is it about to get a lot worse? Annie Farid, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for
So you're a
having me.
professor at the University of California at Berkeley, and you've been specializing in digital forensics for quite a while.
Yeah.
So the analysis of deepfake detection, for example, for many years.
Yeah.
Set the scene today.
Yeah.
What is the state of disinformation pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT?
Good. So first, I think it's important to understand that disinformation is not fundamentally new. It is being amplified and powered by AI today, but we've had disinformation well before there was AI, well before there was an internet, well before there was computers. So this is part of a continuum, but I think it's an important part because it is about democratizing access to technology that is typically we used to be in the hands of the few and now are in the hands of the many. And the one thing we know that when you take a powerful tool and you put it in the hands of the many, the threat vector changes. Okay, so where are we today? So the average person can now go to a website and generate an image of a person who doesn't exist and create fake profiles online to perpetuate everything from crypto scams to romance scams to all kinds of fraudulent material. And those are trivial to do. You don't have to know no technical skills, go to a website, type something in, you get an image of a fake person. Okay. We also have the ability to go to a website or a service and type in, give me an image of, and describe what you want. Joe Biden having a meeting with fill in the blank, and it will generate that image for you. And the images are very, very realistic.
الإسرائيلي يعمل على التوغل ومن ثم المغادرة في وقت يعني تستمر عمليات حزب الله إن كان على شمال إسرائيل أو حتى عمليات بعضها كان في وسط إسرائيل، إضافة على النقاط التي تحتلها إسرائيل في الجنوب في جنوبي الليطاني. وكان أيضا هناك اشتباكات في عدة قرى في الخيام وغيرها من القرى التي دخلها الجيش الإسرائيلي، ولكن الجيش اللبناني حتى الآن ينفي أن يكون